by night. to
Honey, I got a great offer. I know. I'm gonna check things out before I give them a decision. I'm getting in my convertible now. I'll email you tonight.
Well, I'm going out west to see if I belong. I hear the people are friendly, the economy strong. Where they live, and I live. They work, and I work. They play, and I'll play. They smile, and I'll smile. I think that it might be fun in that Rancho Cucamonga sun.
Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in.
Well, Rancho Cucamonga is a special place. Beautiful homes and plenty of space.
Watch this video in the meantime.
The
Shout out.
schools here are second to none. Everyone's welcome, old and young. It's new and it's clean. Living here is like a dream. I think that it might be fun in that Rancho Cucamonga sun.
This is the part 2 to We Are Charlie Kids. It's called Living the Dream in Rancho Cucamonga.
Hey Beck, you want to see?
I hope everyone's doing well. Welcome in. My name is
Well,
Angela
I'm going to
Tucci.
the city where the companies boast
I can't take this shit.
that they're doing well and they're doing the most. Where they lead and I'll lead. They succeed, I'll succeed. They grow and I'll grow. They're the best and I'm the best. Well, they're out there getting it done
Long song.
on the way to being number one. Well, there's lots to do here and lots to see.
Super boomer scream.
Games for families and games for me. Where they shop and I'll shop. They dine and I'll dine. They watch
Oh my God,
and I'll
Victoria
watch. They learn and I'll learn. Well, they're out there hanging around in that Rancho Cucamonga town.
Joseph Felipe Weiner. Oh my God, the rain's out. Me and the Maria Merced house.
They serve with a smile. They care all the while. They protect, they respond, go above and beyond. Yeah, they're out there making it fun in that Rancho Cucamonga sun.
Alright. I think it's only half
Well,
off.
Rancho Cucamonga is where I
One
belong.
more chorus, I think.
Where the
I hope
people are
everyone's doing
friendly,
well.
the
Type in
economy's
chat
strong.
how you are doing. I need to know. It's been so long. I hope everyone is fantastic.
Welcome aboard.
They play and I'll
Red
play.
Hill Park, hell
They
yeah.
smile and I'll
Can
smile.
we get even better
I
quality?
know that it's gonna be
Oh,
fun
240p is
in
the
that
best.
Rancho Cucamonga sun.
The Archibald Library.
I know that it's gonna be fun in that Rancho Cucamonga sun.
The Jamba Goose. That's no longer there.
Well, I know that it's gonna be fun in that Rancho Cucamonga sun.
Oh. Alright. That's my meme opening for today. Hell yeah. Thank you, blessed city of Rancho Cucamonga. Happy June 25th, It is Bichon in a box said, "Why so much Bass Pro Shop?" Because that's all we have. That is all we have in the Bass Pro Shop. Sorry, you're gonna see my OBS because we're single screening it today, which is better than nothing. Sorry, let me go through everything real quick. Welcome in, everyone. My name is Angelina Tucci. This is my broadcast where we do serious news and politics and sometimes unserious news and unserious politics. We also have a lot of fun. We love memeing on our local governments because this is the kind of stuff they make us. This is the kind of stuff they make us. Let me just go back to the Rancho Cucamonga logo. Oh, no, let's go with the poppies. All right. Yeah. So, welcome in, everyone. I hope you are having a fantastic, it is Thursday? No, Wednesday. Sorry, I'm all over the place here. Bear with me, though. Do not look at my OBS settings. I'm so sorry. All right, let's get into it. We have so much to cover. First and foremost, I want to do my own little self plug for a second. If you haven't, which you probably haven't, I guess so. Announcing today, I am launching my Substack. It is Angelina M. Tucci Substack. It's where I'm gonna do post I guess all of my writings. I have a lot of backlog of things that are half written or honestly already written that I just haven't posted. But I want to make nice little covers too. So yeah, subscribe to my Substack. We are going to read this article I wrote. I will read it out loud for everyone and give a little bit explanation behind it because it's my own personal thoughts, right? Well, it's my political analysis, right? Excuse me, I'm trying to be professional here, right? I got my Captain Marvel shirt on. So shout out to Captain Marvel, you know. Um she's amazing as usual. And most importantly, everyone, I mean, men hate Brie Larson, so we are Brie Larson stans here. But okay. So I wrote this article after the primary debates, right? After the primary election, we pretty much have the idea that Javier Becerra is going to be the leader. I mean, the Democratic nominee. Let me just read it. We'll just read it, right? Okay. The two ways Becerra loses to Hilton. To beat Republican Steve Hilton in the 2026 California gubernatorial race, Democrat Javier Becerra must lay the anti-establishment progressive groundwork in California to ensure a 2028 Democrat presidency. That's a lot there, but we'll get to it. This is an old picture of Javier Becerra with this is clearly not Obama. It's a picture of Javier Becerra and Bill Clinton back when Becerra was, I think, a representative. I'm not entirely sure, but you know, is old. You can tell that this is from the '90s because he's straight up got the these tiny ass oval glasses. These tiny oval glasses. Glass eye? I don't know. Sorry. I'm dumb right now. I haven't streamed in 10 days. I don't know how to do this anymore apparently. So yeah. I put Obama there cuz you'll see why. It's an art piece for sure. Not one of my best art piece, but it is an art piece. The writing. That's my best art piece. My best writing so far. All right, so let's get into it. Now that Javier Becerra has essentially won the Democratic nomination for California's 2026 governor race and one of the only two spots in the primary, he needs to prepare for the very real challenge posed by Steve Hilton, the Republican in the second spot. I'm not saying that Hilton has a chance at winning the race. I am saying Becerra has a chance at losing. Keep reading and I'll explain what that means. During the televised primary debates, Hilton clearly outperformed Becerra. Even though they weren't solely debating each other, The television personality knew who his top opponent, other than his fellow Republican, was and already has the edge against Javier. If Becerra wants to win, he's going to have to develop a firm strategy and not flip flop on it. I'm talking about him on universal health care, right? That was my biggest disappointment with Becerra, honestly. All right, let's start with the two losing scenarios that Javier Becerra should be worried about. The first is that Steve Hilton is more popular and wins a significant amount of center left and centrist voters. Or two, Becerra is so unpopular that the progressive left sit the election out like they did with Harris in 2024. Now let me give a little explanation here, right? This was really, really hard for me to say, okay? I did not want to call out my fellow progressives, right? I did not want to call them out like that. But I think it's a fact that we need to face. I don't know what the exact statistics are, right? So keep that in mind. I don't know if people actually sat this out, but we saw that there was clearly a momentum, a movement online, not against Harris, but just nobody was inspired, right? I always go back to the Japanese lady Marie Kondo, right? Does it spark joy? If it does not spark joy, it's gonna fall out of your closet. It's gonna fall out of your files in your mind, and that's what happened. People just were like, okay, Kamala Harris is a full on, I don't see a difference between her and a Republican, right? Both parties are essentially the same. Both parties are a part of the establishment. Both parties serve corporations over people. And yeah, people, I mean, we saw that there was like uh um religious people who decided to vote for Trump because they couldn't vote for Harris, in protecting of the Palestinians, right? So I don't know how much people sat out. Maybe we'll look into that a little bit more because I should have done my research more, but that's okay. It's my first like nice little article. But yeah, I think this is a issue that we need to address. And I'm not blaming the progressives. Let me get that clear because I'm not about to blame myself. I'll be honest. I think the Democrats really need to put in the work, and that's what this article is about. All right, let's continue. So yeah, the second option I see Becerra losing is that he's so unpopular. The left, Democrats, whoever, just sits it out, like they did with Harris in 2024. I'll be the first to vote against Hilton because he was endorsed by Trump, and I have no faith in a Governor Hilton putting California first in dealings with the federal government. The reason I think Trump endorsed Hilton was because he's the same type of quote unquote yes men Donald has surrounded himself with. Chad Bianco has that MTG in him. I can't explain it, but if the relationship between Trump and Bianco went south, I see Chad capable of the same type of fury former Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene unleashed after Trump dumped her. The lesser of two evils choice is Javier Becerra. I don't imagine he'd work with ICE, who has violated constitutional rights of citizens the same way Hilton has talked about. So, despite that huge problem I have with Hilton being a Trump puppet, let's look at the usual aspects of an election that political enthusiasts would examine between these two candidates. Let's focus back on immigration and ICE raiding California cities. Just because Becerra is Latino does not guarantee him the Hispanic/Latino vote. Let's not forget that the Latino vote for Trump happened and can happen again. Now, after I wrote this, I was like kind of like, let me look it up, and I saw that support for Trump by Latinos is falling, thankfully. Thankfully, finally. But I'm not putting it past anyone. in America, I think it was Mehdi Hassan who said that. In America, we have the memory worse. We have Americans have worse political memory than goldfish, right? We forget everything. And I think his main point for that argument was that George W. Bush, when he left office in 2008, he was at the most low approval rating of any president ever, right? But his approval rating right now is really good. And that's freaking crazy cuz like what did he do? He didn't do anything to fix it. He just stopped showing his face and started doing paintings and stuff. So, whatever. Um okay. Let's focus back on the immigration and ICE raid in California cities just because Becerra is Latino. Oh, I already read that. Let's not forget that the Latino vote for Trump happened and can happen again. Though Steve is white, he is an immigrant, and we've already seen him pull that immigrate the right way card while conveniently hiding the historic inequality and discrimination that are America's immigration policies. I'm talking about the Chinese Exclusion Act. I'm talking about the Bracero program. I'm talking about Operation W slur. Like, damn, it's a lot. All right. The leg up Hilton has on Becerra is the migrant child crisis. I don't know if this will ever stop being used against him, but dismissing it as quote unquote MAGA lies isn't working. If Democrats didn't want to be criticized on immigration policy, they should have never adopted a Trump style immigration policy. I'm talking about you, Kamala Harris. The do not come, do not come. To me, that was the first spit in my face by Harris. No, not spit in my face, but it's just like, that was the first coconut that fell out of the tree and hit me and was like, man, she doesn't seem that great. And then when she said we were going to have the most lethal and powerful military in all of the world, that's why I was like, okay, that's when the second coconut hit me in the head. And I was like, okay, we're done. We're done with that. I gave you 2 tries. Everyone gets two. Everybody gets 2 tries. All right. Hopefully that is the only skeleton in Becerra's closet, talking about the migrant child crisis. Because going back to the primary debates where Becerra chose to half-heartedly call out Hilton's daddy, he successfully embarrassed an over-emotional Antonio Villaraigosa. In Spanish, telling him to calm himself on stage was probably the final blow to Villaraigosa's political career. It should have ended with his sexual scandals. We'll click on that real quick because I want to go over that. But that happened before cancel culture was invented. Let Cesar Chavez be the example Latino men have of how quickly their legacies can be erased. Let Eric Swalwell be the reminder of where we are as a society and how little tolerance we have for sexual harassment and abuse in 2026. That being said, Becerra's family and personal life seems wholesome. He genuinely reminds me of my own Theo, a Gen X California Latino who was labeled as a snag, sensitive new age guy. He seems more genuine, which shouldn't be hard because he is a politician who has beginnings similar to Senator Alex Padilla. You know how much I love Alex Padilla. And, Alex Padilla should have ran for governor, but he chose not to for whatever weird reason. My guess is he's going to try to do some presidential stuff, or because he's such good friends with, America's #1 man, Gavin Newsom. I wouldn't be surprised if Alex Padilla got a VP spot or some sort of cabinet spot from Gavin, right? Honestly, I'm gonna write an article about this later, but Gavin, his Avenger team. He needs to start assembling it now. He really needs to, and he needs to figure out the progressives. All right. Yes. So, Javier Becerra needs to seem more genuine, which shouldn't be too hard. Which shouldn't be hard because he is a politician who has beginnings similar to Senator Alex Padilla, and that's them, fighting for Latino rights. Oh, here, I wrote it myself. Let me not get ahead of my own reading, right? Grassroots organization around Latino rights and advancement in politics. I jokingly called Javier Becerra the Latino Obama. Not only are they both minority lawyers in politics, they both seem to have that aura that inspires youth. Obama had hope, and then as president, we saw how he aligned himself and became a central pillar in the Democratic establishment. It's not the end all be all, unless you're a leftist like me, but the highly anticipated reboot of the 2016 election is upon us. I mean this for real. 2028 is going to be 2016 type of election rebooted. I promise you. With wealth inequality higher than it's ever been, the 2028 presidential winner will be an anti establishment candidate. Now, that's a pretty heavy sentence I wrote there, right? Though you like I'm putting all the huevos on the table, right? So we'll see. We'll see. We can totally come back to this in 2028 and see if I was wrong or how wrong I was, right? Okay. California can be the testing ground for this. The less establishment candidate will become the next California governor. Becerra is easily the more populist. First off, the man with the British accent should be disadvantaged in American political discourse. If Hilton deflects this, Becerra can easily lean into his youth and his motives for getting into American politics. I point out American because the start of Hilton's political career is this gubernatorial race. He's a successful conservative media pundit, and this race could only help his career. Whereas Javier Becerra is a career politician and is uncomfortably too close to the swamp for me to trust with support. So that brings me to the second way I see Javier losing this election. He sold out to the establishment. He's had his own Kamala Harris flop moment, and people are so uninspired, or worse, disgusted with the candidate that they sit this election out in protest. Progressives like New York City Mayor Mamdani are extremely popular. They are already the talk of the 2028 election with Democratic Socialist AOC. Progressive Tom Steyer came in third place, but at one point it seemed he could have taken the second slot over Hilton. Steyer has endorsed Becerra, but will Steyer supporters make the effort for Becerra? Question mark. Progressive Californians had many great options to vote for in the primary. Will they back Becerra against Hilton? Question mark. Big question mark. Because we had, I was going to list all the progressive people, but I was like, oh my God, this is literally everyone. Because, we had, I already mentioned Tom Steyer, but we had Mr. Butch Ware, the straight up, I forget what the Green Party candidate. And then we had that Ramses guy. And then, there was just so many. And it was like, I really felt like Hassan in that moment where Hassan was like, who are these people? I'm sorry, but if you couldn't even get on the ballot, come on, you don't got it together. And that's as of the moment, that's gonna be my reasoning for always supporting the Democratic Party right now, right? Because the Democratic Party is already established, right? They already know how the game is played, even though it shouldn't be a game that's being played. But here we are. All right. So, I have a surefire way to garner support from all angles for Javier, like it was 2008 for Obama. Javier Becerra should take a stance condemning the genocide being committed by Israel. Period. That's really where I wanted to end the article. But I was like, I gotta explain myself a little bit, right? The war in Iran, Gaza, and the Middle East is deeply disconnected. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we're good. All right. So yeah, that was gonna be the end of the article right here. But I was like, okay, I can't just say this. So why? Why should Javier Becerra support Palestine and refuse to not take money from APAC, even though I know they can't really do that in a gubernatorial race right now or whatever. But I saw that Representative Ro Khanna signed a pledge. There you go. Representative Ro Khanna is the first U.S. lawmaker to sign anti-APAC peace pledge. California Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna has become the first member of Congress to sign a pledge not to take money from pro-Israel lobbying groups. The peace pledge stands for the pledge of enforce American law, counter foreign influence. Yeah, because it is foreign influence. All right. So there you go. That's about it. That's all you need to know. I mean, you can look into it more on your own time, but as I barely saw that last night, I already had published the article, and I was like, hell yeah, I'll just say that on stream. But yeah, so yeah, why should he do that? Because that move isn't just about one interview. It's the loudest possible signal that he's breaking from the consulting class playbook that gave California Kamala's flop, that he's willing to speak directly to the young, disillusioned anti war voters who might otherwise sit this race out. If Becerra goes on Hassan's stream and plainly calls Israel's actions a genocide, he instantly separates himself from the both parties are the same establishment corporate politician that working class voters are waking up to. That one act could transform Javier Becerra from the lesser of two evils vote into something genuinely exciting, not just for his campaign, but for the Democratic Party as a whole, especially fellow Californian fellow Californian Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential run. That's what I was talking about. You heard me on the broadcast before talk about how Gavin needs to start assembling his Avengers. It's too it's too close. You need to send out the phone call to Captain Marvel. Oh my God, who is? Honestly, I think Gavin Newsom's Captain Marvel is AOC. Okay, he needs to get AOC to fly from whatever democratic socialist world she's in right now. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's she's out there fighting. What were those creatures called? That the planet that Captain Marvel was. Jude Law was one of those creatures. Yes, they were Krill. Thank you. Okay, so AOC's out there fighting the Krill. Fighting the fight that she thinks is important. Gavin, you need to call her on your little beeper and say, please, AOC, you're the only one that can do this. I need you to be my VP. That's the only way I genuinely see AOC getting on the ticket and actually being voted in. I don't know. Maybe in 2 years it'll be very different. I Right now I don't think people would vote for a socialist president. They would vote for AOC being the vice president because Gavin is, he's young, he's not going to die. So AOC is not a real threat. And honestly, Gavin could, in the sexist man thinking, keep her in line, right? So I'm telling you, Gavin, not Gavin. Let me be respectful. Mr. Newsom, put in your little call to Captain Marvel right now. I'm telling you, Captain Marvel is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. get her on your side. I'm telling you, homie. Okay. Back to my article. Sorry, I forgot how much of a Marvel fangirl I used to be. Oh my god, Bashon in a box said, wow. Yeah. All of that. When I heard Krill, I was like, yep, that's it. That's what they are. All right. So yes, that one act could transform Javier Becerra from the lesser of two evils into something genuinely exciting, not just for his campaign, but for the Democratic Party as a whole, especially for fellow Californian Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential run. I say there are two ways Javier loses. Hilton convinces just enough Democrats to cross over, or the Democratic base is so uninspired it collapses on itself. The second scenario is the real threat, and it's one Becerra can control. The Latino Obama energy I joked about earlier only works if people believe he means what he says. That's what I'm saying. You gotta be genuine. You gotta be authentic. You know, that's gonna be my other like pandering thing, not pandering, thing that I like drill, I guess. That's gonna be one of my freaking catchphrases is, you know, you gotta be authentic. It's the only way forward. You have to just be yourself. Don't try to be anyone else. Don't try to be what other people want you to be. You gotta be yourself. Otherwise, you're just going to seem fake. And in a world where AI, the fake thing, seems more appealing than the real thing to people, we're going to be so effed. Like that one bear from that one anime and that one. Obama was no unk in 2008. Becerra, carrying decades of insider baggage, will have to put in the work to emulate Theo Bernie. As you see, I had the little Theo Javier. And even though he is genuinely a Theo, I feel like he's a less genuine Theo than Theo Bernie. And Theo Bernie is not even, you know, I don't even think Bernie can say Theo. You know, he'll just say Theo. All right. He doesn't realize it yet, but Becerra's future is a lot closer to Viragosa's than he thinks. A real public break with AIPAC's grip on American politics, on a platform that reaches the exact voters who stayed home or cast protest ballots in the past, is the most pragmatic way to earn those two. Man, is the most pragmatic way to do to. Oh, I'd had an error. I'll fix that. Steve Hilton is a Trump-endorsed loyalist running a media career disguised as a gubernatorial campaign. Becerra can beat him, but not by running as a safe, disappointing Democrat who's merely less bad than the alternative. He has to give people a reason to show up with enthusiasm. A bold, undeniable anti-genocide stance delivered in a venue that the Democratic establishment still pretends doesn't matter could inspire. If he does it, he rewrites the entire narrative of this race and gives himself more than a fighting chance. If he doesn't, he might discover that the bigger danger isn't Steve Hilton winning, it's millions of Californians deciding that neither candidate deserves their vote. The end. Thank you. Please like this if you're on Substack. Leave a comment if you're on Substack too. I would really appreciate it. But it's there. You know, this is the official site where all the journalists be posting their stuff. So, you know, I follow a lot of people on Substack. But yeah. All right, here, let's get in. I want to hear this Antonio Viragosa drama real quick.
This is Day to Day. I'm Alex Cohen. Coming up, if you're headed to a Red Sox game this summer, don't be surprised when you hear this pitch.
Peanuts, popcorn, health insurance right here.
Hawking health insurance at the ballpark. That story just ahead. But first, a while back, he stopped wearing his wedding ring, and people began to talk. He insisted he'd lost weight, that it kept slipping off. Then came the word that he and his wife were divorcing. Then came the news that he was seeing someone else, someone who's on the news. Sounds like something straight out of Days of Our Lives, but in fact, it's what's really happening here in Los Angeles. And the star of this drama is none other than the city's mayor, Antonio Villaraigosa. Yesterday, he confirmed that he is romantically involved with Myrthala Salinas, a newscaster on a local Telemundo station. I spoke earlier with Kevin Roderick. He's editor of the news website LA Observed. I asked him how Villaraigosa's political ambitions might be affected by these latest revelations.
It's always hard to say with these sorts of things. There have been a number of politicians for whom, an extramarital affair has just rolled off them and hasn't affected them at all. I kind of think with Antonio Villaraigosa, it could be a little different, and there's a couple of reasons why. One is I think that, at least here in Los Angeles, people first had to be convinced when he was running for office that he had changed. They didn't trust him the first time around, and he was defeated after some allegations that he had been connected to a drug dealer. And his past at that time had been aired that he had had an extramarital affair in the past. He had been involved with some not totally savory characters in the past. And he was defeated the first time he ran for mayor. The next time, he made a convincing case that he was a more mature person. He had grown up, was the kind of person that Los Angeles wanted to see lead them into the next century. Well, there's a chance that this will undercut that new image.
But this is L.A., where divorce...
Oh, my God. Sorry. Bashona in a box said, why do these men always fall for newswomen? I think of Death Note when Light Yagami with the news lady. Yes, that was... You know what? It's crazy. And, I was going to say Jeff Bezos married a news lady, too. What's her name? Oh, Lauren Sanchez, yes. And, she was not, okay, I'm not going to go there. I was So, yeah, it's weird. Yeah, that was so weird. That was such a good plot line in Death Note. Because I forget she was helping him find the criminals, right? I don't know. I need to rewatch Death Note. But yes, men are gonna be men, I guess. And they see a pretty woman that pays attention to them, literally, you're a reporter. Of course I'm supposed to be interested in you while I'm reporting on you. And you probably thought, oh my God, she's in love with me. Okay, let's continue with this nonsense. But yeah, I just, this happened in 2007. And you, if it happened today with how it did with Eric Swalwell, he would have not had a career either. But it happened back then.
Some might say is almost a rite of passage. Do you think that the geography of this might affect things, that people might be a little bit more tolerant?
Oh, I think they might. Just of the idea of having an affair, that seems to not really hurt politicians that much. But I think it does remain to be seen whether there is
he said that having affairs doesn't really seem to hurt politicians. Yet, that's the number one scandal they always get in. It doesn't hurt male politicians. That's the real answer.
Shift in thinking about Antonio Villaraigosa, since now we find out that this affair began shortly after he took office, and it kind of, colors his image as a mayor who was busy all the time and out there getting things done.
Yeah, he was
Myrthala Salinas, the newscaster at Telemundo, who he now says he's been involved with, she has been covering the mayor for Telemundo for quite some time now as a news story. It seems like a bit of a conflict of interest.
Well, she was around the administration very early on. I remember seeing her at news conferences and spending a lot of time, interviewing the mayor.
Monica Lewinsky situation.
For the last 11 months, she has not been covering the mayor, is what her station says. However, there was an interesting incident just a couple of weeks ago when the mayor announced that his marriage was over. She actually read that story on Telemundo.
No.
And that made the leads.
Crazy. Okay, so she wasn't covering him or at least the news organization, I guess it was Telemundo, said that she wasn't on any assignments covering what's his name, Viragosa. But then when he announces that he's getting divorced, she reads that. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Leads of a number of the stories this morning, kind of talking about that irony.
And just to add a little more juice to all of this isn't the first time that she's been involved with a politician. Is that right?
Right. And we find out through the day yesterday, a couple of news outlets reported that she had previously dated the Speaker of the Assembly, Fabian Nunez, who is coincidentally a very close ally and friend of Antonio Villaraigosa.
No.
She also had dated the council president here in Los Angeles, Alex Padilla.
There's
What?
also been...
No. Alex I'm sorry. I didn't know that this... Okay, so the lady that Antonio Villaraigosa had an affair with was... She previously dated Alex Padilla? And then I wrote the art... did she also date Javier Becerra too? Or did let me rephrase that. I'm being sexist. God damn it. Did Javier Becerra also, try to go after this woman? Because, man, all the LA politicians were interested in her, apparently. Okay, but shown in a box with a hot new game theory. Here's my theory about the news lady phenomenon. It's because these men in power want a submissive woman that will listen to them and will report only good things about them on live air. That is a very good point. They ensure that the reporter's perspective is going to be a good one because they're in good with the reporter. I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, this was 2007. This was a different time, This was when 2007 Trump was still running around with Jeffrey Epstein. So, a lot of things, a lot of disgusting things about our society were very much hidden. Oh, Bishon Beck said, come on, the fact that she reported on his divorce. Yeah, that, I don't know. That's something that either the news put her on to punish her. Or, she was like, I got to do this, or I don't know, yeah, you're right. It has to be it means something in somewhere to somebody. So, yeah, this Bashona in a Box, you should watch House of Cards. That was another lady, the guy. Okay. When, what's his name? Yeah, the Kevin Spacey character, when he was also having an affair with a reporter. Yeah. And then he threw her in front of a train. Sorry, spoiler alert. Sorry. Yeah, that's true. And it's been canceled, so okay. All right. Thank you, Bashona in a Box, for that hot theory, that hot game theory. No, it's not just a theory, a game theory. A Bashona in a Box theory. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's really good. No, because I guarantee you, there's probably in Latin America. I'm sure in Latin America there are many reporters, many politicians, many of celebrities, all sleeping around with each other. It's just, and I'm sorry not to reference Hassan again, but it's like Hassan said, that they're freaks. All of them are freaks. Bill Maher has sex parties the same way Diddy did, and it's like they're all freaks, okay? So we just have to, identify them and not associate with them. All right, did we finish the story?
There's also been a bit of news going on surrounding the city attorney, Rocky Delgadillo. Can you recap what's been going on with him?
The bottom line, after many questions were asked and there was much dissembling and stonewalling, that his wife had been allowed to drive his city car, had an accident with it, and the damage was repaired at city expense without ever admitting that she had been driving the car. She not only had been driving, but both she and the city attorney of Los Angeles had been driving without insurance, which is against the law in California. And now it's been such a big mess around Rocky Delgadillo that the Los Angeles Times this week called for him to resign, saying he's just simply unfit for office.
But his response has been, I think the more honorable thing to do is to continue to serve.
Yes, that's what he's been saying. Of course, a year ago, his aides were calling themselves Team 1600 for the address of the White House. They were talking about Rocky Delgadillo going all the way and becoming their ticket to the White House.
And where is he
nobody's
now? We
talking
don't even
that way.
know Rocky Delgadillo. I think, you know what? Delgadillo, I think he got caught up in that scandal where some of the LA City people were referring to black children as monkeys or something. I think that's where he got. I mean, come on. His name is Rocky. A Latino. His name is Rockard. Rockard? What? Yeah, but it's like keep your name Ricardo. Instead, he's like Rockard. My name is Rockard John Delgado. Okay, sorry. Let's see. How does his career end? No. He served from 2001 to 2009. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. He's safe. He ran against Governor and Oakland Mayor Jerry Brown in 2006 for the race of California Attorney General. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Rocky gets a pass today.
Nobody's talking that way anymore.
Never a dull day in LA politics. Kevin Roderick is the editor of LAobserve.com. Thanks so much.
Good to be here, Alex.
Thank you. Oh shit. Excuse me. Oh shoot. This was posted July 4th, 2007. That's crazy. We didn't even have the recession yet. It was a whole different world back in 2007. Wow. All right. So yeah, I think that's about it for my article. Feel free to check it out on your own time if you want. I'll be posting more stuff and I'll let you know on the stream when I post stuff. So no need to worry. Let's get into the Teamsters convention recap.
But hey, Jenny Hernandez is with us.
Oh no, he has bad audio. It's just coming out the left.
She is with public health, right? Jenny, you're still with public health?
Yes.
Why don't
You know what? Maybe we'll just do this instead. We'll go to the Oh god, we didn't talk about this too. This warehouse. But oh wait, we could just go YouTube. Oh, that was them doing their practice strike. But let's see. When were they at the convention? Here we go. Look at this. Joint Council 42, all of them. Oh my God, there's Medea and Connie. Damn, they look so cute. Okay. Anyways, yeah. So in Las Vegas, there was, the entire Teamsters nationwide all got together and had a convention. They voted. They elected Sean O'Brien as president again. I would love to find homies Mr. Randy Corgan's speech. We'll look it up. We'll find it. I was just so out of whack this past week without a monitor. Oh man. So yeah, we have a lot to look up. Robert had a lot of good stuff. Let me go to Robert's page. I don't think I added him as friends on there. Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, Josh Hawley spoke at the convention. Oh shit, you look up Teamsters convention and whose live stream pops up amazing. I'm sorry. All right. So yeah, no one. Okay. Okay. Convention 2016, 10 years. Yeah, 14 years ago. Hey, DV8, welcome in. Happy to see you. Hope you are having a fantastic Wednesday. We are back doing politics. Trying to go over the Teamsters 31st International Convention. Wait, let me see. Maybe Teamster Video News? No. But, all right, let's just watch Randy Corrigan.
Why don't you take a couple minutes? You were a delegate at the convention. You obviously are a county employee. You're a nurse supervisor.
I know. Hey, the West Coast needs to catch up with the progressive East Coast. You're telling me, bro. You're telling me. We're going to go over all the amazing stuff that happened in New York City after this. Because it's amazing. It's honestly amazing, I think. Okay. We are too chill over here. We are. We're too. I don't know if our noses are too much to the grindstone, and we don't have the ability, or we're like struggling too much. But yeah, things have got to change.
You do some really important work. Why don't you just take a quick minute to describe the job that you do and how important that job is, and then we're going to get into some of this other stuff. And thanks for coming on the show, Jenny.
Yes, thank you.
All right, I'm sorry, I don't mean to blow out anyone's ears right now.
I'm a nurse supervisor. I've been transitioned to become a compliance nurse now. So I write the policies, all the policies, do the research for my program. So that's what my new job is. So, but they all are surrounding any communicable disease that can be transmitted from person to person, from animal to person, from vector to person, and any sexually transmitted diseases.
Oh, that's cool. That's an important job.
Scared to ask any more details.
Don't, Randy. Don't. Stay away from Mark. I'm just kidding. Don't. I'm just kidding. See, I was like debating for a minute. Do I make the bad joke?
Stay away from Mark.
I saw it on his
Jenny
face.
laughed. She smiled. So I was like, I got a green light.
I know.
make a
What
joke.
a loser.
All seriousness, it's a very important
sorry.
job.
God, yeah.
And, the community sometimes doesn't realize the mechanisms to protecting ourselves until something goes out of control, right? So there's people like you are making sure that they're protected, that the community, the broader community is protected from these outbreaks or, I don't know, give a couple examples of what could happen just so quickly.
I was quite impressed that Sean O'Brien was taking the Teamsters in such a positive direction.
Right.
Okay.
I was really impressed with the amount of exposure to legislation, which is what we need. And actually taking the time to have an education moment where he taught people how to use the policy app. And now everybody take out their phone. Everybody,
right from the
you're going to
podium.
start
That's right.
participating in these actions. To
Challenging the group to do something right now.
Yes.
Get to work.
Mind you, there is a place and time for the Teamsters, which I don't want to scream on the radio, but
Right.
but there is a time. But then there's also time to work smarter, not harder, and place the right people in our offices that will listen.
Yeah, and I think you got to see that on full display.
Yes.
You got to see Democrats, Republicans, Independents come and speak, congressional, Senate, a little bit of everything, and really the central theme around. I know a lot of people were impressed by Hawley, and a lot of Hawley can be a very divisive individual, but when it came to some labor issues, he sure did hit the notes correctly in the meeting.
He did.
Yes.
Some people would say maybe his voting record doesn't match what he said.
Josh Hawley, we gotta hold his feet to the fire though. He can't just get Teamster or labor support and then go and do something else bad. So I'm personally gonna keep an eye on him.
But at least we got him saying what
Something,
we need him and moving him in the right direction. And then you had others like Rohana. He's obviously been spot on forever, and he nailed it. Cory Booker
Damn, I
nailed
had
it.
no idea
Cory Booker
Rohana
was my
was there.
favorite out of everybody.
Mine too.
He just smoked it. he had no notes, and he just spoke from the heart. And
Yeah?
he had
Damn.
he articulated a very passionate message about what we got to do as working people to take control.
Exactly.
That's why I liked
Exactly.
Corey's.
Yes.
Because Corey's was a message of, we need to get to work.
Exactly.
And he was complimentary of Josh because he spoke right after him, right?
Yeah,
Wasn't that
he was the last speaker.
Yeah, he spoke right after. So even though they have some ideology that's very combative with
There's,
each
like,
other,
no
or very
video
different,
of this convention.
the issues that they were on the same page with, it was two very influential individuals in this country coming to our convention.
Yep.
And Corey's reason why I like Corey's leveled up more is because it was in the spirit of, you workers need to take control and shut it down. Very assertive. Holly said those things.
He did.
But not as not as ingrained and powerful. It just, in my opinion. I know if people really liked Holly more. I know some. I actually heard that earlier today. Somebody liked Holly better than
Really?
Corey. Yeah,
Oh, I
but
didn't hear
it's
that at
okay.
all.
I'm glad they liked everybody.
Yeah,
you know what I
yeah.
mean? So
Yeah.
anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
no, it's fine. And so then I was impressed on the items that are going on to a resolution, which I had to look up. There was times where I had to do my research in the back row and
Yeah,
what is a
It's a lot.
resolution?
It's a
What
lot of
is
information.
what is this? What are we doing here? So I was
A lot of business got conducted, huh?
Yes.
That's what's crazy.
Yes,
It's
a
like
lot
moving.
of important. The AI is one of the ones that I've been screaming about for
Yes.
years,
Yup.
and it made it onto a resolution.
Oh,
and
that's
then for
great.
that
Well, I'd
bill
love
to
to
make
look that
it
up
all the
later.
way to the White House right now, to cut contracts. What is it? The
Faster Labor Contracts Act.
Yes,
Yeah.
faster
Yeah.
labor contract.
I was really really excited to see how much legislation took place.
Yeah. Who's your favorite speaker?
I wasn't a politician, so I'm starting to barely gauge names. So I heard them all. Some of them were familiar to me. Some of them I've never seen before. I had to look them up. So as
Yeah.
I move through
yeah.
my time with
That's
Teamsters,
cool. Okay, so they basically Randy and everyone took her. She's like well, she'd never been to a Teamsters convention, and to be a delegate, that's pretty freaking cool, man. I'm gonna ask her to come on the show.
and become more exposed to politicians, I'll be able to remember names.
You know, the one that I got
Wow.
the
You don't
most
have to remember
feedback
their
on
name.
was Latrice, the worker from New York, the Amazon worker
Whose
from New
brother
York.
passed
whose
away.
brother
yes,
passed away.
yes,
Yes.
yes,
I had,
Wow.
yes,
I
yes,
mean, I had hundreds of people
Right.
yes.
come up to me and just go, we were really moved by Latrice's,
Yes.
Yes,
by
that
her story and the way she got her point across.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that
she
story
did
was
fantastic.
very.
Better than all the politicians, for sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know,
Alright, I think I
and
fixed that.
and that's what's cool about the convention is you get a polished politician who's been speaking in front of crowds for years.
Right.
You get rank and filers, workers that are organizing, workers that are new members, workers that have been members forever. You know what I mean?
Right.
You've got what an eclectic view and a diverse
Just
view
ignore the sounds
of everybody. And like you said, the resolutions, just such a wide array of the different resolutions on AI, immigration, all the issues, essentially trying to ingrain into the direction of the organization. Hey, as a whole, we have got to move in this direction
Right.
collectively.
Right.
And I'm not sure
so
if this
sorry.
is the venue to say it,
Uh-oh.
but I'm happy that there
Yeah,
was.
the political, it's over, so you can say whatever you want.
Okay.
That's what the cool part about
Okay.
it.
Then I'm happy that Sean was successful in pulling the Teamsters out of the eyes of the feds.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Eyes of the Democrats, you said?
That's what the cool part about
Okay.
it.
Then I'm happy that Sean was successful in pulling the Teamsters out of the eyes of the feds.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That was
absolutely.
That
That
is
is like I saw that as a huge success.
Yeah, the joint.
Huge, very huge.
So,
Yeah.
so for those of you who don't know what she's talking about, let's take
Yeah,
a quick
thank you.
second to describe it. In the late 80s, we had gotten ourselves in a little bit of trouble. We did some things, some people did some things they weren't supposed to do.
Oh.
Anyway, and it was actually a small group of people, not as big as everybody says. It wasn't like every Teamster was a gangster, but
Yeah.
because that's the way the movies portray it, right?
Yeah.
And so I think the important thing is that when they called it a consent decree went into place, where it was government oversight. We are still under government oversight 35, 36 years later,
I
37 years later. That's just crazy. That the stuff's been rooted out. It's been changed. And there's a joint petition and motion been filed with not just the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, but the Justice Department to eliminate that because it's not necessary. And there's internal ways of policing yourselves, and we have our internal protections and governance and stuff. So I'm glad to see that you brought that up. That's awesome.
I was surprised. I thought, wow, this is worse than what the Germans went through when their weapons got taken away during World War II.
Right, right.
You know, it's
She's saying she doesn't know politics, but she knows World War II, German local politics.
For those of us that have had to work under it for all these years, it's kind of interesting. And, you know, it's like, I get it. If you got La Cosa Nostra and you got the mobsters and everybody running around doing stuff they need to do, that stuff needs to be rooted out. But 99% of individuals in this organization are not that. And so you don't treat everybody in the organization like they're guilty. That's not what you do. And when you're under a consent decree, that's essentially what it's like, is like everybody being treated like they're guilty, and you got to prove your innocence. And so it's time to get that dealt with, and it looks like that's in motion, and we'll keep you posted on how that works. It's not that we go completely unchecked, but anyway. So what else stood out to you?
Yeah, trying to unify the locals.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I interacted with the Hawaiians.
Yes, they're the best. Oh my gosh.
They thought maybe I should be sitting in their area.
They're amazing. Aren't they the best? Aren't they fun? They're so much fun.
Yeah.
They're so genuine and so nice.
Just
and
loving
helpful.
and yep.
Yeah. So it was really interesting. I didn't get to meet any of the Teamsters from Canada.
Oh, you did not?
No.
They were right next to us.
Yeah.
Really?
To the left, yeah.
Yeah, to the left.
I didn't.
The Canucks.
Yeah, but I seem to interact
who
well
cares
with
about
them.
Hawaiians?
Oh, they're so easy.
They
to
got
get along.
Katy
They're just so
Perry now.
welcoming and friendly, and they want to hang out, have a good time. They're good people.
Yes.
They're just good people.
Everyone's good people.
Yes. So I was happy to see what the unity that
Yes.
and then now I understand why there was a big move to keep Sean.
Yeah, and he did a great job of it. And for those of you who don't understand the political part of it, this is the mechanics of the convention is also where people are nominated to run for office.
Yeah.
And you have to meet certain thresholds to be able to run for office, and nobody met those thresholds.
It's a very low threshold.
And it's a very low thank you for pointing out. It's
You're
a very low
welcome.
threshold.
Yeah.
I mean,
that needs to be stated.
yeah, you know, I mean, even the election officer chuckled at the one when they only got 2 votes out of 1,500.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. So, you know, it's you don't have an election just for the sake of having it.
Correct.
And based on the candidates, Sean was a far better candidate.
Oh, yeah.
And it showed very obvious at the convention itself when you have 1,500 delegates that are making the decision, and you only need a very small percentage to support your candidacy to get to an election, and that didn't happen.
You only needed 81
When
votes.
is Sean going to run?
Only needed 81. I mean, think
Randy.
about it. It's 5%.
Yeah, 5%.
If you can't get 5% of your collective group, then you don't belong running for election. And that's what happened. So congratulations to Sean. Congratulations to all of them. And what was great to hear you say is how the message you got out of the convention is the unity and moving forward and all of this substance. I think you wanted to ask something, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, like, what inspired you from that experience that you're going to bring back to the Inland Empire, to your workplace, and as as a Teamster as a whole, like, you know what I mean? Like, what did you take home with you? That really made
AI.
you. Yes. Oh my gosh, the elephant in the room, right?
Yes,
He
AI.
addressed
To
it.
sit next to 2 EMTs that were telling me that 3 Kaiser facilities have removed RTs from night, and they're doing distance monitoring.
Explain
Should
what
be
RTs are for
Yeah,
people
what
that
is
don't
RT?
know.
respiratory therapists.
Those are the people that keep you
No.
from dying on a breathing machine.
Yes.
They're doing it
to
remote?
remove those positions and have distant monitoring should scare everybody.
1,000%. Yep.
And
Whoa. Okay. Respiratory therapy. So people who can't breathe on their own, right? They need to be monitored. Oh my God. Hey, DV8, thank you. Thank you for reading my article. Appreciate it. Oh my God. Yeah, respiratory. That's crazy. And AI is doing that?
Yep.
I came back, took this
Are they
message to
plan to
work,
do it?
and then I was told by a coworker where they just had recently elective surgery, and they were given 2 options. Do you want to have surgery with a surgeon, or do you want to have an AI?
Oh my goodness.
And now, when I moonlight, I've had reports where this is a robot performed surgery.
Okay.
So it's happening before our eyes.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
no. And
Allen Iverson is doing what? AI is okay. So I don't really understand it. This lady, this gentlewoman here in the pink shirt, she's some sort of medical professional. Um, and she's explaining how at the Teamsters convention, she was talking to EMTs who were explaining to her that they're gonna use AI in surgery. Like instead of having a surgeon do the surgery, you can have an AI control the robot to do your surgery. Oh my god. That's that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
And I like how
I
Sean.
don't know, man. It scares the hell out of me.
I thought the driver.
I won't let him drive my car.
Right. I thought
Damn.
that was scary enough, but operating? No. I like how Sean put it. AI is fine as long as it's enhancing our jobs, not
Yeah.
replacing
Not
us
replace-
as union workers. Like, and there's a fine line
DV8 said, "Oh yeah, I heard about that coming or in the works." Hell no, that's scary, bro. That's really scary.
there, and we need to put the guardrails in, and we got to make sure that
Yes.
those guardrails are in place, and that this kind of
Before
stuff
we're
is,
at home
Yeah.
and getting a government check.
exactly, right?
Yes.
Yeah, your check's in the mail. Mhm. Yeah, crazy town. Wow, that was my favorite part too, honestly.
So do you gamble much? Did you gamble?
No, I don't gamble.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't gamble.
I don't gamble.
I don't gamble. I'm allergic to cigarette smoke, and I don't drink much. So
Not much
Not
to do
much
in
to
Vegas.
do in
Not
Vegas.
much to do in
Fun
Vegas.
there.
I went to the Haunted Museum.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't trust Randy. Just kidding. DVA said a simple surgery and you can be killed because the AI is dumb or something. Exactly. AI can make mistakes. Like, oh my god. Until we nah, in surgery, that's crazy. I know. What if the AI is like, okay, I'm gonna cut this artery, and then it just, man, I don't know. You see like the videos of like robots doing ice cream or something, and then it goes horribly wrong. I don't want that happening on my insides. Like, I just found out that patients have a higher survival rate when their surgeon is not a man. Women surgeons, patients have a higher chance at survival. I don't know why. I'm repeating the young Mr. Dean Withers. He said this in his Jubilee debates. But yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Men are dumb and they do dumb things and they don't think things through. And all of a sudden, what's a hole is now a giant crevasse or something. So, anyways, I'm nothing against men, but it's like sometimes we when we were forced to live under this whole, Angelina, you're just a girl. You don't know. Oh, there goes my lights. Hold on. I was getting raptured. Okay, we gotta let it charge a little bit, I guess. I forgot to plug it back in, and then it just died of battery. The whole setup right now is busted. So just bear with me in this. It looks like oh no, a TF141 is that what, homie, what is a TF141? Yeah, so what was I saying? Oh yeah. Sexism is bad. TF141. Hold on. I swear if it's a transformer or something. Better be a mech. Oh no. Oh, it's Call of Duty. Task Force 141. Captain John Price. Okay. Hell yeah. All right. Yes, they're there. I'm about soap, and what's the other guy's name with the hat? That's funny. Man, I miss these old games so much. Okay. Yeah. Gaz, yes, thank you. Oh my god. Good old days. I have the Modern Warfare 2 remastered. I want to play it on stream one of these days, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's go back to the video.
Oh, did you?
Zach Bagan's Haunted Museum.
Oh, fun.
Oh, that's good.
Nice.
That's good.
That kind
I've
of-
heard stories about some people, venturing away and going and doing a couple things here and there.
People that
Museum. I think it's the
I call
Mob
it the Jimmy
Museum.
Hoffa.
Yeah, it's the Mob.
Years
All
later.
these years later.
Make
Yep.
a holiday for
Yeah,
it,
got
especially
it.
in labor.
Yeah,
Right.
did a lot of
did
good
good
stuff.
work.
I love it. And for those of you who don't know, Valentine's Day was his birthday.
Oh.
And for those of you that don't know, Jimmy Hoffa actually did not drink, did not smoke.
Nope, did not
He
womanize.
it's right. He was a
Not
very
womanized.
straight,
Wow,
narrow.
that's amazing. Because when I hear people that are like, I don't drink, I don't smoke, it's like, okay, Donald Trump, that's very, very ambitious of you. I can't believe that you don't drink or smoke or anything, but then you do have all these other horrible things. So I don't know. This is me being critical. Let's continue. Sorry. I haven't streamed in so long. I don't know how to act.
Individual.
Yep.
He was a workaholic, and he impacted a lot of people in a positive way, despite any of the mob influence they have on him.
Yeah.
I do not believe Jimmy Hoffa was a mobster. I believe the mob was afraid of Jimmy Hoffa because he had influence well beyond anything that the mob
That's
could.
true.
When they pushed
hell
him
yeah.
out,
Worker.
they were able to infiltrate
Yep.
the union.
Yep.
And that's where that void created, and then it ended up spiraling out of control for everybody. They don't realize they killed him. They pushed him out and killed him, and then it created these voids that then created all this chaos that
Yes.
ultimately got everybody got a lot of people in
Yeah.
trouble,
Yeah.
especially
It's
the
like
nefarious characters.
Any country that.
So what else? Anything else stick out
loses
to you from
power.
last week? I mean, there was a lot.
There
Oh my
was-
God.
there
We got to
was,
talk about the Venezuela earthquake too. Sorry, there's a
I think
lot.
those are the highlights. For me was the unity.
Yeah.
The unity that is being created.
It's
And
kind
that's
of-
huge.
It is huge. It's kind of like the same message Randy always tells us. You can't be busy building and tearing something apart at the same time. So let's get busy building, working together, fixing stuff, rather than sitting back, throwing stones, and Monday morning quarterbacking. And I love that
Monday
because that's
morning
kind of how he was summarizing it in a sense to me too. It's
I don't
like
know
we need to
what
come
that
together
means.
now. Like
Yes.
what's done is done. Like let's stop tearing each other apart. That has to stop.
Hell
Let's
yeah.
get busy working because we have these big battles ahead of us. We
Exactly.
really do. Like,
And this local, the representatives all look sharp.
yes, we looked. I thought we looked the best.
Sure.
I'm just saying. We looked fantastic. Thank you, Annabelle. Yeah, seriously,
look
Randy
really
didn't say
sharp.
anything.
we did. We really
If
did.
you, from a first timer sitting there, everybody looks sharp.
Yeah.
And especially the first day, everybody had slacks on.
I will say this: the Hawaiians have the best shirts.
They beat us.
Yeah,
they do.
they always do.
They're from
but that's-
Hawaii.
Yeah, you can't even compare. You can't compete.
If we all did Hawaiian shirts, and we
Yeah.
look like we're copying the Hawaii.
I
logo.
know, and
we
I
can't
kind
get
of
away with that.
I love their shirts.
I
though.
know.
God, I love.
We got to
their shirts.
organize something in Hawaii so that we can get away with it.
Right? Exactly.
Unless you took car show theme on your shirts.
Ooh, that's
Tell
not-
Kevin,
That's not
Kevin, we're going
bad.
to steal the
I
Hawaii
like it.
stuff. I'm going to organize this group over there.
That's right. That's right.
We actually organized some workers in Hawaii and represented them for a lot of years. And then when Kevin won the election over there, we gave it to him. The previous administration, for whatever reason, didn't want to take the group that we had organized.
Wow.
We'd organized them through all of California and then organized them in Hawaii too.
Wow.
And then now they're with 996.
Nice. Nice.
So we got to go and visit them.
Yeah, we do. We really do. It's business. It's business.
Sure.
Yeah, no, they're great, and they're just good people.
Really good
They're
people.
very, very helpful, and
Everyone's
they're
good
genuine.
people.
And
Oh, here's a little Hawaiian
They
shirt.
come to our car show
Cute.
almost every year.
Every year.
They didn't
Yep.
make it this year because we moved the car show.
That's right. That's the only
And
reason.
then something else came up. They couldn't.
Yeah.
They couldn't make it. But
But maybe that should be our theme, is a car show. That's what I heard over there, was somebody telling me, I got to make it to your car show.
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about our car show,
Yeah.
by the way. And your radio show. It's just what we're doing. People just want to be a part of it, period.
so on that note, I'm assuming you got the feeling, Jenny, of how impactful your local is to the broader organization.
Yes.
Oh yeah, for
So
sure.
what'd that feel like? And and then I thought your favorite speaker was me when I was on stage, but that's okay.
Damn, Randy. See, I knew. He's fishing for his own compliments. That's okay.
Kidding aside, we had a strong message there.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, what was the
going
message?
on with all the Amazon workers, and that poor girl. That was a sad story. It was. That in this country we have to work under those conditions,
Right.
with literally a dead body next to you. It's horrible.
Yep.
And them trying to get you to look the other way.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
insane.
And then
This is 2026.
Yeah.
This isn't 1850.
then losing a family member and being told, "Are you going to show up
You're
to
going
work?"
to go to work.
Yeah, you see
Same
that
thing.
on TikTok as a meme, not in real life.
Yeah, not in real life.
And you got to hear it in real life.
Yeah.
But also what was inspiring is hearing them tell the stories of what they were
I
doing
know what
about
story
it too,
they're
wasn't
talking
it?
about. The Amazon person that just passed out, and then they didn't they left her body there on the floor of the warehouse, and they just covered it with a sheet until they waited and they just wanted people to keep working around. That's
Yes.
But they weren't just sitting there saying, "Oh, this happened to me. It's bad." They're like, "We're actually taking control."
Yes. That was impactful to see all those people up there with those stories. I had heard about the story on the news, but to actually hear it in a convention again,
wow.
it's not. What is it? Fake news?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to see the real people
Exactly.
that close, and heck, some of those workers, we actually had them come to our meeting room, and you all got to meet them
Yes.
firsthand. Because obviously I'm the one that ran that segment, the Amazon segment, and then I made sure that the Amazon team came into our room with the 1932 team, and everybody kind of got to see each other, meet each other, and connect.
Yep.
What was that like? They were very appreciative of that. By the way, they just were to see how much the 1932 delegates embraced them was powerful for them.
My encounters with the Amazon, I've been out on a couple of strike lines and so forth. They're always so inviting. That generation is always, they're like our Hawaiian generation.
Yes.
Like
yes.
the millennials and the Gen X's. I think the Gen Zs are a little bit more bitter, but I mean the Gen X's are a little bit more bitter. Gen Zs and millennials are a little bit happier. They don't take a lot. They'll walk out before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I always feel
Robert's
like
over there shaking his head proudly.
He's Gen Z.
Yeah, he's
No.
agreeing with you.
Yeah.
He's agreeing with you.
no.
No, he's agreeing.
Because they
Oh,
don't
okay.
know. That's
Yeah,
why.
so they're always really
Children
nice,
don't know.
and they're really inviting. And I noticed that when they went into the room, they were really happy that it was about them.
Yeah. Yep.
That it was about them.
They're grateful to be there and that we were there. That
So,
was pretty cool.
Kathleen, what was it like for you to help lead so many new people from our team, new members from our team as delegates, and watch them walk through that experience at the convention? Clearly, 10 years ago,
Oh,
you
boy.
spoke at the convention.
did.
You had barely been a Teamster a year.
For a second.
For
Yeah.
a second, and here you are
We should
on that
find that
stage.
video,
Remember,
bro.
she spoke on that stage
Oh, gosh.
10 years
I
ago.
did. And
Being
I'm
a
an
Teamster for 1 year.
introvert,
And she
girl.
And I thought I
killed
was
it.
gonna kill it here
Yeah.
with 1 year.
Oh,
No, maybe 2 years now. And speaking about the IBT, I'm like, what am I gonna say?
Yeah, no, right. For a second, I was literally a Teamster for a second. Now, my grandfather and father were Teamsters, but this was my first experience to all of this, and I tried to talk him out of having me be the one to speak. To be honest, on full disclosure,
Yes, you did.
I did, but it was awesome. I got to relive all
Wait,
that.
wait,
And
what
I
did
got
she
a
say?
first experience to all of this, and I tried to talk him out of having me be the one to speak. To be honest, on full disclosure.
Yes, you did.
I did, but it was awesome. I got to relive all that, and I got to experience it with a lot less anxiety for sure. I wasn't having a mini panic.
Wait, Deviate said, wait, is that story true? Or someone said that in a Greenland invasion will bring you back all you can eat shrimp at Red Lobster? No. No, did Trump say that? If we invade Greenland, we're going to get all you can eat shrimp at Red Lobster? No. I thought the military was taking all the seafood. Pete Hegseth, I thought he was ordering all the crab legs. It's a NY Post and a Trump official said. Oh my God. Bichon in a box, bro. Okay, Bichon in a box. If you want all you can eat shrimp, here you go. All you have to go is to goarmy.com. See, all you can eat shrimp. Here you go, Bichon in a box. Take the first step. Oh, crap. No. There you go. Look, there's soap. It's female soap. Take this short quiz to narrow down your choices and see what jobs you might be interested in. No, thank you. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, all you can eat shrimp does sound good. I really only like popcorn shrimp or like sautéed shrimp.
Panic attack like I was that day that I had to speak.
What did Randy tell you that day?
Oh God!
When you're up on stage,
I'll never forget it. I'm backstage. And I'm not, mind you,
This
I'm
is a
ready.
funny
I'm
story.
getting ready to like literally pass out. I thought I was gonna pass out.
Damn.
And I said, and he looked at me and he goes, "You're scared, aren't you?" And I said, "Oh God, that's mildly putting it." And he goes, "Just don't piss yourself and embarrass me." And or pee your pants. But it was hilarious the way he said it to me, and I'm not kidding you. It did what it needed
It
to
loosened,
do.
yeah,
I
loosened
was
the
fine.
situation.
I
up.
literally couldn't believe he said that. And then they brought us up on stage, and it was just like I was okay because I just in my mind I had Randy Kamek tell me just don't pee yourself and embarrass me. And I thought, oh, that's all I got to do. I got this. I got this. I might pass out, but I can hold my bladder for 10 minutes. But
Mark's over there melting down. He thought
I know.
he thought I dropped the F word.
Nah.
So did. What did you say when you said before story? This something story. I'm over here slamming the dump button.
It was a funny story.
It was a funny story.
Funny story.
Really funny story.
Really funny.
He thought I dropped the F bomb.
He did. He's panicking. I saw him
jumped
panicking.
and flopped over there behind it. Robert looked at him like he was having a heart attack. He's going to run down and grab the AED and buzz him.
That was great.
Not the
I'm watching it from
AED.
here
I'm looking
trying
at him
to.
going, what are you freaking out
Yeah.
for? He pushes the button. I'm like, no, I
Holy
didn't. I
cow.
didn't drop the F bomb.
That was great. Oh my gosh.
So if any
My
of you
bad.
heard me get bleeped out,
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear
It
nothing.
was
I didn't say
unwarranted.
anything.
He didn't say anything bad. But yeah, it was
Man.
great
Has
to
he ever
watch you guys
said
all
the
go
F
through it
slur
like I did.
before
It
is the
wasn't nearly
question.
the booing wasn't as loud this time around. Remember
Yeah.
when it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
Wait, booing
And, it
wasn't
was just- it was
allowed
People are like,
before?
But yeah, it was great
Man.
to watch you guys all go through it like I did. It wasn't nearly the booing wasn't as loud
Oh, okay.
this time around. Remember
Yeah.
when it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
People
And it
booed?
was just it was
people are like booing. Why would there be booing?
yeah.
Yeah, thank
Well,
you.
when
Why
you get
would
into
there be
political
booing?
dynamics, imagine this. Imagine if you had, let's say your city. Let's
Right,
use your
yeah.
city as an example. And you had the Democrats and Republicans
Right.
get into a room together, and they had to nominate who's going to run for office in front of
Oh.
everybody. And
So you
all-
mean a caucus, right? We're gonna do Iowa caucus. Disgusting. I don't know if you know this YouTuber Leisha Miller. Yes, oh my God, I saw her video yesterday. She's that lawyer. She moved to fucking, excuse me. She moved to Ireland. I was so pissed. I know. Okay. I don't know if you know this YouTuber deviates, but Leisha Miller moved out of the country. Must be nice. Yes, it must be nice. And then she's all like, I didn't want to like post any videos and like lie to you guys while I was moving. So here's the first video I posted since I moved. I'm like, brother, I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, good for her. She had the ability. She had the resources. She actually freaking did it. But like, come on, bro. I don't know. I guess she was genuinely scared, you know? She was like one of the first people can I go to LOL? But yeah, good for her. Yeah, I don't know. See, I'm too much of a dumb American, I think, that I'm like, this is my country. I ain't leaving for nothing. And yeah, I like I'm struggling with right now 4th of July, right? A lot of people, I know this has been in the past, a lot of people have not wanted to celebrate 4th of July, right? Well, like now it's like even more so. And I get it. Protest, right? But, and I hate that it's happening on the 250th birthday, right? But it's like, damn, America is something special. I'm sure Ireland is something special too. I'm not gonna, I got a little bit of Irish in me. So I'm not gonna hate on them. But yeah, it's like, man, because I know Rosie O'Donnell did the same thing too. So many celebrities can just move out of the country. And, it reminds me of COVID, right? So many celebrities had the ability to, rent ginormous Airbnbs and had the ability to quarantine for 2 weeks, just a random quarantine for 2 weeks before going to Thanksgiving dinner with their family on a remote island or whatever. I'm talking about the Kardashians. They threw a whole party where they quarantined for 2 weeks before that and then went on an island. Surprised it wasn't Epstein Island, honestly. But, it's like, man, at that time I myself was like, okay, we only have to go to the grocery store once a week. We're limiting it to going once a week, and that's it. And that was awful. But yeah, it's just more proof that, these people, nothing bad against them. Like I said, I don't know Leisha Miller's life. You know, she's a woman on the internet. We already know how I feel about that. And I can only imagine she's like a lawyer. She's, says a lot of radical things. I mean, I say a lot of radical things, but, I only got like, we have like 5 people in chat right now, so no one's gonna, I don't got any snipers coming to look to clip chimp me and, post it to Fox News. Fox News does not care about who I am. They're like, Angelina Tucci, who's that? And I'd like to keep it that way for a while. um, but yeah, no, don't clip a shonen. Don't clip. It's your own kind always. Yeah, I'm gonna say America deserved 9/11. I didn't say that. Hassan Piker said that, and then it's gonna be clipped, and then it's gonna be on Fox News, and Fox News is breaking. Local Rancho Cucamonga 30-year-old woman Angelina Tucci says America deserved 9/11. Is she the new Hassan Piker? I'll be like, yes, I am. All right. Let's get back to the video.
All of you people who don't like you
Yeah.
are sitting in the room
Yeah.
while you're being nominated.
Right.
The emotions get the best of one another. And you get the boos from each side that doesn't like the individuals that are being nominated.
Yeah.
So you get that real raw moment that you never get to experience anywhere else. So it's a bit shocking for people that are not used to it.
And it was the millions of dollars, I think, that we all knew was going to be wasted on an election had they gotten enough votes, the 81 votes. And I mean, we're talking what, 20 million,
Almost.
something like that.
Yeah, between 15 and 20.
And that's members' monies. Come on, guys. Like we gotta do the right thing by the members.
Especially if you don't have a snowball's chance in hell.
Right.
Yeah.
That could go to the strike fund. Come on.
The
So,
election process was so easy.
Yeah.
I just checked in,
Super
went
easy.
to the back. There's a booth.
Yep.
They asked me to pull up my phone, and then I started checking.
Yep. They did a great job with that. They did a great job with that. I liked it.
And then we got the results the next day.
Yeah.
Are the
next day.
results public
Sure
though?
enough. Yep. But it was awesome. It was a great convention. It was fun walking through and reliving it, remembering 10 years ago. It was amazing. I will never take that day for granted. It was an amazing experience then, and it was an amazing experience again.
So fun to just sit here and watch and remember back.
Yeah.
10 years.
I really tried to get out of it, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
I sure did.
Yes, you
It's
did.
all right. It didn't kill me. And again, like your mom's always said, or your dad's, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So it's a true statement.
Mine? What was my favorite?
Yes, good. Thank you.
My favorite part that there is not a general election.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
a relief because, and here's why. Because, look, when you have a viable candidate, and these candidates that ran against Sean, a lot of them are good people.
Good people,
And
yeah.
I know many of them.
Yeah.
I disagree with some of them wholeheartedly, but I just don't think they're credible or experienced enough to run this organization, especially on a large scale. Many of them aren't even credible to run a local or joint council, let alone, or small local or small joint council, let alone the entire union. And my favorite part was the fact that didn't happen, because what happened in that moment is you don't have the political dynamic kick in.
Yes.
So in other words, you don't have the mudslinging going back and forth, because O'Brien's team is going to be, the campaign part of it is going to be super aggressive in trying to make sure that the vote gets out for them. And they're going to expose all of the problems with the other side. And then obviously the opposition will do the very same things, what they think are problematic.
Yeah.
And I think I had some people that were considering voting for the other side. And I think one of the ways I convinced them to vote a particular way was I just pointed out their record. Mm-hmm. And I'll use an example. Many of the individuals that opposed Sean had the opportunity to support the Amazon campaign and chose not to.
That's exactly right.
And so the most prolific fight and the most difficult fight for working people in almost 100 years, and you are not engaging in that process, you do not deserve my vote or anybody's vote into running this organization, even in a nomination process to get to an election. So having that resolved there at the convention we know that the mudslinging or any of that campaigning will not happen over the next few months, between now and November. The other part would have been the resolution on making Jimmy Hoffa's birthday a holiday. I just thought that was a fun sort of fact. I think there was a lot of substantive, meaningful resolutions and changes to the Constitution that I thought were great. One of them I'll hit head on. Some people may think is a controversial issue, which I don't think is controversial at all, is they had not adjusted the general president's salary since 1991.
That's incredible.
And everybody over this last, 35 years have been ducking this political football. And I'm like, why would you pay the general? So the general president and general secretary treasurer, I just want everybody to know something.
Yeah.
They've been making 1991 rates to do that job for the last 4 years.
Incredible.
That's crazy.
That's a fact. There's no that's
CEO
an
of
absolute
normal
fact because the
company
Constitution
would
was
not
rigid on it.
otherwise.
Now I'm going to partially blame them because I sat on the committee 5 years ago and was encouraging a change to the Constitution because I'm like, no, imagine asking our members to take a 1991 rate.
Oh my God.
Like no, and so they adjusted it. They fixed and dealt with that as they should.
Yeah.
We will receive criticism from I would say, the
Right to
anti-union and
work.
right to work and all that.
Oh.
The union's principle, okay. Yeah. A
Not more.
1.3 million member union.
Right.
And the salary that that is unacceptable. We have drivers and work. We have people in our local union that
make more.
that make twice of what that salary was.
No way.
Double.
Wow.
What I mean by people in our local is I'm talking about our members.
Yes, members.
That
Crazy.
work in these capacities.
Yeah.
And
How about
to
CEOs
have that
of
adjusted and
CEOs?
dealt with absolutely needed to be. It's good to see that whatever politics that turns into down the road, whatever, is really inconsequential.
Right.
And hey, in the next 5 years, if he's not living up to what he should be doing,
You'll
then
vote him out.
we'll make sure that there's, I'm sure that the membership itself will decide for a change. I don't see, there really being a need to, but
There's that one lady.
5 years is a long time
Lindsay.
away. We'll figure that out. We'll have a lot of challenges in the next 5 years. So hopefully that answers the question.
Ooh, is
Those
this-
were my favorite moments. And it was good to see that everybody
love
hit
that
those
for him.
things head on, and just the substantive change to our governance and our Constitution is always exciting. And I know what we did as a team is we sat down every day and we kind of unpacked all those changes as a team. We talked about it as a group, and I really tried to help everybody digest and understand how meaningful this experience was. And I really like the fact that our team absorbed that in such a positive way. Many of you are listening right now. That was really, really, really cool to watch and very positive. So hopefully that answers the question, Robert.
Joint Council 42
Yeah,
here.
thumbs up. I did good. I got your okay. That's nice.
Excellent.
So any last words, Jenny? We got just a couple minutes before we cut the cord here.
No, I don't think so.
Come on.
It was
about
a
ready
great
to-
experience, though. It was. I had a lot of fun.
I did have to make a little bit of a comment that would probably get me in trouble.
Uh-oh.
What?
And I thought that was my first experience with all the groaning and the moaning and the booing and the da-da-da and the heated moments. And in my eyes, it was a little bit too much. You just needed to
She's just
let
not
the
a
people
politics
speak.
person.
Yeah.
So I did make a comment to the EMTs. I said, "Oh, somebody has a heart attack because they're getting too heated. I'm off.
I'm on
duty."
break. Yeah. I'm on vacation. That is pretty funny. That is pretty
You know
funny.
what's funny is that's the most toned down
It really was.
version I've ever
Yeah,
seen.
I didn't know that.
Right. That is very light compared to what I have seen over the years. We got 1 minute left, right? Yeah. I have seen some crazy exchanges. Imagine very heated debate, union divided as far as leadership is concerned. The amount of energy that goes into the debate as to who's going to run it happens right there on that floor with thousands of people bickering about it. It is quite an experience. This was a very toned down version of it. And so thanks, Jenny. Really appreciate you coming on the show, sharing experience, talking about not only what you do every day. Thank you very much for what you do every day for the community.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
welcome.
we appreciate the work that you do.
Yeah. Okay. Hell yeah. All right. Let's. I wanted to see some actual footage of the convention. With shout out to homie Robert Gonzalez. Sorry, I'm learning so many people's names. He actually got a lot of good footage. Let's watch some of it.
We're ready for them. They're up against the strongest motherfucking union in the world. We are the Teamsters. We move America. We own our labor. Without us, nothing moves. Not a package, not a truck, not a train, not a plane. We build this economy. We create the wealth. Our members make these companies run and generate billions. All we ask in return is our fair share. And let me tell you, we will shut it the fuck down if we don't get it. Good. Let them come at us. We're ready for them.
Good.
They're up against the strongest motherfucking union in the world.
All right. Let's see. We got some more stuff. Oh no. I'm gonna get copyrighted. But black and yellow. Wait, no, there's no lyric. All right. Damn. Okay, so yeah, Robert made a little thingy. Proud of my boss for challenging the labor movement to keep on organizing America. This man works day and night fighting for working families, serving as his communications director and political coordinator. I see firsthand how tough his job is. Early morning, long nights, missing family events, and for what? All for fighting corporate greed and uplifting working families who are just trying to get by. His speech, there's the speech. Okay. His speech was inspiring. The labor movement must continue to organizing Amazon. Amazon is a threat to UPS jobs and all other union jobs. At Randy Corrigan, great job, proud of you. I like this. Okay, it's just no. Okay, I want to hear the speech, brother. Give us the speech. Was there? Yeah. Okay. Let me check his Facebook. No, not Wiz Khalifa. Deviate said Wiz is going to come after you. I know. We can't. I cannot be copyright stricken by Wiz. Can I go on to it on Facebook? No? Okay. Whatever. All right. Let's see what we can find here on the internet. I mean on YouTube. That's the 30th.
The Teamsters 31st International Convention is just a few days away. Thousands of Teamsters across North America will soon be together to celebrate the victories, accomplishments, and hard work of the last 5 years. Teamsters will also be voting on the future of our union, from electing international union officials to shaping our core priorities for the next 5 years. And if you won't be there,
I'm sorry, he just looks like Edward.
don't worry. We'll be bringing you along every step of the way.
Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and X from June 15th to 18th for daily updates and live coverage as we celebrate the most militant and successful union in the world.
A few days away. Thousands of Teamsters.
Hold on. Do they have more stuff? Videos? 2 weeks ago. No. Maybe. Nope.
The Teamsters 31st International Convention is just a few days away. Thousands of Teamsters across North America will soon be together to celebrate the victories, accomplishments, and hard work of the last 5 years. Teamsters will also be voting on the future of our union, from electing international union officials to shaping our core priorities for the next 5 years. And if you won't be there, don't worry. We'll be bringing you along every step of the way.
Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and X from June 15th to 18th for daily updates and live coverage as we celebrate the most militant and successful union in the world.
Okay, I just closed the whole window. All right. Here. Teamsters Convention, thank you. All right, let me not click on that. Robert Pattinson look-alike. 1 year ago. I was at the opening 14 years You know what? Let's just watch Cory Booker.
All right, Teamsters! Please, everybody, please. Look, I really needed that moment where we were both on the stage together to prove the point we're not the same guy. We are different people. Everybody thinks us bald people, we all look alike. I want to come here without any paper just to really speak to you from the heart, because I think we're in a crisis right now in our country that didn't start where one political party took the White House recently. It started well before that. I think we're in this crisis right now because both parties are failing working people in America. I think we're in a crisis right now because we have parties on both sides that want to define themselves by who they're against and what they're against, and not what they're for and who they're for. I think we have a crisis. And I'm a Democrat that's not afraid to call out my own party for failing to meet this moment. I am the only United States Senator. I live in the Central Ward of Newark, New Jersey. We don't mistake, a lot of Jersey up in here, I appreciate that. We don't mistake wealth with worth. I live in a working class community that's technically at the poverty line. And when I walk my neighborhoods, people say, look, we keep giving you votes, but we keep seeing rich people get richer and our wages stay stagnant. We keep seeing a nation that when it once was a union nation, now it's only about 6-7% of our country that's unionized, 93% not. We are seeing a nation where more and more people are beginning to doubt the very idea of America, that every generation should do better than the one before. And instead of playing the blame game, we need to start telling some very difficult truths. And so that's really what I want to come, because I'm telling you right now, the Teamsters to me are standing right where America needs to be. I told my staff I wanted to accept this invitation because I'm a Sean O'Brien Democrat. I'm a guy that will work with anybody.
Oh, no. I'm a Democrat who will work with anybody. And then I see his APAC tracker. Yeah, he'll work with anybody. It's just going to cost. Oh my God, almost $1 million. Almost $1 million from Israel lobby. That's crazy. All these lobby that go for supporting foreign interests. Jeez. Okay, but go ahead, go off, Cory.
It's going to improve the situation for the people in my state and the people in my community. And so, let me be plain about this. I'm in Vegas right now, which is not like me jumping out of my own territory. My mom lives here, my dad lived here until he died, my grandparents lived here until they died. I got aunts and uncles and cousins here in this state, and I love coming here. I love coming here because as we get closer to Father's Day this coming weekend, I get emotional thinking about the two men that have died now here in Vegas. My dad died in a Vegas hospital 6 weeks before I was elected to this job, and my grandfather, he passed away a little bit before that. And both men were born poor in the South. They would get mad at me. They would be saying something like from heaven, don't tell those Teamsters we were poor. Tell them the truth. We were just P-O. We couldn't afford the other two letters. And what would surprise you is these two men who were born in segregation, these two men that were born during a time of violence against blacks at unconscionable levels, that they were the biggest patriots I have ever met. They loved this country so much. The quickest way to piss either of those two men off was to talk negatively about the United States of America. It's okay to talk about the challenges, the work we have to do, but don't put people down. You see, they believe that you define the greatness of a nation not by who they push down, but by who they help up. You define the greatness of a nation not by those who demean and degrade, but those who celebrate and elevate others. This was the America they believed in.
That's why I still low-key can't get behind not celebrating 4th of July. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm too white, but it's a struggle. It's a struggle. I'm glad that, even he's struggling with it.
But they also believed very simply that the story of this country was not the triumph of powerful people against the powerless, The story of America is the power of the people being greater than the people in power, the power of ordinary people organizing to accomplish extraordinary things for themselves, their family, and the nation. And so here is the truth. Here is the truth. My granddaddy moved from the South to Detroit, Michigan. I knew I'd have some Detroiters out here. And his life changed. We broke out of poverty. We saw opportunity when my grandfather joined a union called the UAW. He was one of the first black men in this particular union. And still things were bad. It was the Great Depression. The Wall Street had just crashed in '29, and they were worried about the deal. We had concentrations of power in this country, oligarchs controlling industries. We had, unfortunately, wealth concentrating at the top while working people were suffering. Seniors, most, were retiring without any wealth, without any security, but into poverty. Children were still doing child labor back then. My grandfather saw all the problems, and he didn't care about party. In fact, my grandfather, like most blacks back then, were Republicans. But he bragged until the day he died that he ran around organizing in Detroit, knocking on doors, getting people to leave the Republican Party and support a guy named FDR. And what happened then, he said, was astounding. He said, we're going to support FDR not because of party. My grandfather did not care about party. He cared about purpose, and he cared about the promise. And he said, we're going to trust this guy. But with politicians, you better trust but then verify. You better hold them accountable and demand. But he worked like crazy for FDR in the biggest city, in a swing state, and FDR won. And what made my grandfather proud was not the Democratic Party, but he was proud about what FDR and Democrats did for 40 years. He got to watch it. You see, many of us forget about before FDR, before we passed the NLRB, before we passed the Fair Labor Standard Act, there was child labor. But those pieces of the legislation put in workers' rules, 40-hour work week, the law that you had to be paid on overtime. Those laws provided the right to organize unions and the right to collective bargaining. The laws that my grandfather saw passed put working people at the center of our economy and began to see a change in America that we hadn't seen in the decades before. What happened between the 1940s and the 1980s, when I had a great afro, folks, what happened between those years was astounding. It was the period of America where we saw the spike in union membership. 35%, more than a third of Americans were members of unions. Wage growth and actually the growth of people's paychecks along with their productivity kept pace. And we saw the biggest expansion of the middle class in our country ever before. And my grandfather's children, that generation of baby boomers, 90% of them did better than their parents because their parents got a new deal. Their parents got a fair deal. And we saw our country not just thrive for working people, but we thrived globally as well. Our economy was the envy of the world. Our standard of living was the envy of the world. As my grandfather would say, when you were growing up in my generation and your parents' generation, the best place to be born on the planet Earth poor, if you were up in heaven looking around, where will I be born poor? The number one country you would want to choose based upon the evidence was the United States of America. Because here, anyone could make it if they had guts and grit and hard work. This was the American dream. It was forged in that time when men like my grandfather were working in factories. In fact, the Democratic Party, forget party for a second, but at least one party in America suddenly united us. There were durable majorities for 40 years because working people trusted them. You had a party that included rural farmers and urban factory workers. If you were somebody that was working 9 to 5, you knew you were going to get a fair labor and a shot to organize. This was the party. 40 years of growth, 40 years of wages and productivity keeping up, 40 years of economic growth. And around the time my generation was born, we started seeing the erosion of that. And a return to the period before my grandfather was organizing in Detroit. There have been Democrats and Republicans that controlled Washington, but we have seen what's gone wrong. This is the crisis we're in right now because the last 40 years have been seeing the erosion of workers' rights. Instead of 35% of our country in unions, we now are down in private sector unions, it's 6 or 7%. If you include the public sector, it's still 10%. There are people working in companies across our country, from Walmart to Amazon, who work full-time jobs and still find themselves unable to feed their families. We're at a high of almost 10 million Americans having to work more than one full-time job just to meet the basic needs of their families. There is a cynicism growing in our country. And just like the 1920s, when you started seeing extremism on both sides of the political aisle, from the Nazi Party to the Socialist Party, you started people saying, hey, give up on the idea of America. It's not working. And I'm hearing those extremists in both parties now.
Oh no!
Well, I believe.
No, Cory Booker, no. He's falling for the centrist bullshit. He's like, the Nazis and the communists, they're kind of the same bad. No, brother, no. Communists weren't trying to kill Nazis until Nazis tried to kill them. Ay, ay, ay.
Believe in America. And I believe that what we have before us is the same challenge that my grandfather's era had. And so I don't care if they're a Democrat that comes up here or a Republican that comes up here. Where do you stand in the fight for the soul of this country? Will you stand up for working people? The table stakes are obvious. That's why I was happy that Josh was here. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Do you support the PRO Act and will you make it law? I don't care. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Do you support the Fast Labor Contract Act and making sure that when people vote on a union, they get a union and can collectively bargain? This is not about party. This is not about party. It's about people. It's not about right or left. It's about right or wrong. And we now in our nation have to forego a party system that is not serving us and begin to get people that will stand up for what's right. Look at our tax system. The wealthiest Americans pay effective tax rates below 10%. There's not a person in this room that's not paying over 25, 30, 40% when you include tax rates at the state level in as well. That is ridiculous. Somehow those people, with lobbyists coming to Washington, are finding ways to avoid taxes that you and I have to pay. Enough of that. We should get rid of all of that tax avoidance and give it to working people. Raise the standard deduction to $75,000 per household so that most Americans immediately get a 10% raise on their wages. We need a worker-centered agenda because people want to slice and dice our country. But I'm telling you this right now. Black people want fair wages. Gay people want fair wages. White people want fair wages. Americans want fair wages, fair contracts, be able to organize their strength. I'm tired of those who want to divide our country. I'm inspired by people who want to live up to our pledge that we need to put more indivisible into this one nation under God. I'm telling you right now. But that means telling the truth. Why is it so hard for us to make progress for working people? Why is it so hard to pass these damn bills into law, these common sense pieces of legislation?
I don't know, Cory, but
well, I'm going to say it clearly. We have normalized a corruption in our government that is outrageous and unacceptable in all three branches. We have a corrupt federal government. Let me explain what I mean by that. We have a Supreme Court that lets billionaires lavish them with gifts even when they have interest in matters before them. We have a United States Senate where members can trade stocks and get insider information and take corporate cash like crazy. It's one of the reasons why I will never take corporate PAC money. We have a
He said he would never take corporate PAC money? Is APAC? I guess it's not a corporation. Oh my God, brother. Brother, just say you won't take PAC money. Hold on, I gotta look up what corporate PAC means, because it's just corporate PAC money. Okay, hold on. No, not corporate. Corporate. There you go. Yeah, political action committees. Okay, so I guess corporate PACs. Whoa, I spelled PACs wrong. Okay. All right, brother. You'll never take corporate PAC money, but you'll take other political action committee money. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I know, he's a great message.
Master's class in the federal government that hey, if you got a company, you want a contract, put one of my children on the board of your company. Let me tell you right now, if your union leadership, imagine this is what we allow in our federal government. Your union leadership is negotiating with one of these big corporations, and they're taking lavish gifts from those corporations that you all don't know about. They're getting insider information and trading on stock with a very corporation that might control the destiny of how much money your family has in their budget. If we saw your union behaving the way our federal officials do, everybody in this room would cry bullshit and throw that union leadership out. We need a reckoning in our nation. We need a reckoning in our nation. People are benefiting from this broken two-party system that is pitting people against each other and making folks forget what we're really for. This is what we need to be for again. The ideas that my grandfather and my father enjoyed in an America where work paid, in an America where if you rolled up your sleeves and you went to work in the morning, you could come home to a home over your head. Politicians just want to tell you with fancy titles or presidential appointments that greatness in America. This was a call where he was doing the same thing Obama was doing. He was checking in on me, checking in on the people I swore an oath to serve, and we, in dark of night, in a savage storm, when his neighbors were in crisis, it was the man that held up a light on top of the hill so that others would not get hurt. That is what America is. That is who we are.
I'm sorry. I can't take him serious. I can't take Cory Booker serious when he's saying all these things, and then I go and look at this, and it's like, Pyramid Obama was checking in. It was? Damn, I missed it. Yeah, I can't with this. All right, thank you, Cory Booker. I'm glad you actually spoke there. Let's watch Josh Hawley. Did he only speak for a minute?
For 123 years.
Sean in a Box said that speech was something. Yeah, it sure was.
It was an uphill battle. We knew it was going to be almost impossible. But again, you have to stand for something or you'll fall for anything.
Sorry, I guess that was someone who's running against Sean O'Brien. Okay, yeah, I guess homie really...
For 123 years, you fought for working rights, that you're treated as you deserve to be treated. And it's time we stood for what's right in America.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, Josh Hawley. No, I want to see the real stuff. All right, I guess that's it for the Teamsters then. Yeah, we need to figure out more sources for them. Oh, see, there's Randy talking right there. Damn, I want to see Randy's speech so bad. There he is again, brother. All right, well, it is what it is. All right, so let's get into the New York City big wins. I have no idea. Okay, let's go. Hasanabi. Yeah, big W. All right.
Dari Lee's in the building, everybody. We're joining the DSA Zoom call.
Thank you, Abir. We are so excited to get you into the state Senate to be fighting for Palestinian liberation with you and to be organizing a Socialist in Office project at the state level with you. But speaking of Socialists in Office, I believe we now have Daria Litza on the line. She, as well as Claire, are going to be joining AOC and Chris Rabb and hopefully some other people. And oh my God, I didn't know we had another guest. Great to see you. But Daria Litza, over to you. Please tell us about your race, about building uptown and building across the country.
Yeah, well, I am just so deeply grateful to every member of our coalition, but especially DSA and Justice Democrats, because I think y'all really, we built a dream team together. And I'm just so grateful for all the work that everyone put in. The amount of energy and love that was poured into building this movement and this campaign cannot be overstated. I'm really so deeply grateful. I came into this campaign with folks telling me that it was over before it even started, and that there was no way that we could take on a machine like Espaillat's, that there was no way that an organizer could build out a political electoral campaign. And together we built something out that people, even till the week before the election, were really underestimating. And we won, right? And I think that just speaks volumes to the power of organizing people. There were $7 million that were spent against me to attack me and my personhood, and not any of the policies that we were actually fighting for, because we know that those were actually really popular policies. There was a spill over here. But, these were critiques not of the policies, because we know that these policies are ones that are popular, that people want, that New Yorkers want, and that the people of New York 13 were hungry for. This is a politic that was actually part of the politic that is rooted in the history of that district, where you have so many socialist movements from people of color, so many of our giants in the Black radical tradition, in the Latino organizing tradition, were coming out of New York 13. And so it was just such a deep privilege to be able to organize around these principles in a community that has not been able to reap the benefits of that type of organizing in decades. And I'm just so excited to be able to build that out on a national level, to scale it, to address the issues that we're facing right now. And so deeply, deeply grateful to every single person who was part of this campaign. I think really the fact that we were able to bring together a coalition of organizations that were able to help build out an infrastructure, build out an organizing system, and make sure that we got all of the resources and people power needed to win here was so crucial. And so I came into this knowing that I wanted it to be part of building movement work, knowing that I wanted people to join their political homes. So if you are here and you're not a DSA member, join DSA, because I really want us to be able to build this people power that will help us deliver in the long run. Because this isn't just about the seat. It's not even about this one moment in history. It is about making sure that people are brought into our politics and find homes and political homes that they'll stay in. I'm so grateful. I want us to just take the time to join DSA, be a card carrying member. And we need more socialists, actually. We need more of them. We have actually another race coming up in Denver with Melat Kiros, who is facing an incumbent who is just as bad as Espaillat. So let's get that one out as well and get Melat in, because she's just an incredible human being and an incredible candidate. And I would be so honored to get to call her my colleague in Congress. So please make sure that you support her as well. Sign up to phone bank with her. Please support her. Also, donate to all of these races. We have a number of other races still coming up down the pipeline that we really, really need to support. And I think we need to do all the things that we did in my race. Whether that is going out to canvass in person, phone banking, donating, because it's so deeply important. Again, I was up against $7 million and we still beat that. And we can do the same in all these other races. But next in the pipeline is Melat, so please support her. And thanks y'all.
Yeah, it's coming up on next Tuesday in Denver, Colorado. It's one of the youngest districts. I think it might literally be the youngest district in the country. Diane DeGette is a faux progressive that hasn't really moved the needle as much and hasn't really done right by her constituents. And they also have the same exact appetite that your district had as well. So many people outside kept saying over and over again, they're only in here every 4 years. They only see Adriana, and there's a real opportunity to make change here. So many people were activated by your campaign. They were so excited to be a part of it. And there were a lot of people who were asking, how can we support it, even if we're not in the district? And I think we did see a huge impact on the phone banking, especially at the final hour. And I think we can make that happen for Melat as well. I'm just here as her lawyer. That's why I'm sitting here. Yeah. Sorry.
You look very official. No. It's good. It's good. We didn't know you'd be on.
I didn't either.
But as y'all can see, so we dropped the chats from the links from a lot in the chat. Thanks in part to Hassan actually on Monday and Tuesday. we had 600 people on a phone bank, and we got over 1,300 positive IDs for Daria Litsa. Between the IDs we got on that phone bank and on the Tuesday phone bank, I'm just saying it was the margin of victory. So were the phone banks why we won? Maybe. You could do that from a lot. But you could also be powering what's happening in New York City. We got our tracker up. We know people love a tracker. I love a tracker. I'm tracker pilled. We want to get to 5,000 in recurring donations. That will allow us to get more than 2 staffers. We're doing all this with 2 staffers. We would love to do more with slightly more staffers. So please click in there. But Hassan, Dari, anything else y'all want to add before we move on?
You know, I'm grateful to every single one of you who knocked on doors, who did a phone bank. So grateful to you, Hassan. To
I didn't do
DSA.
anything.
You brought so many people out to that phone bank, so let's not undersell it.
Nothing.
And I'm so grateful to every single person, because we really showed that you can have a vision and you can have fight in you and actually deliver for people. And so to everyone who wants to continue to do that work, please join DSA. Please just keep organizing, because we can build a better world together.
I will tell you this much. There are a lot of races out there, and there are a lot of fantastic DSA candidates all around the country that are running. You're obviously one of them. And for me, whenever I felt anxiety, I would like hit up Michael Lang and I'd be like, give me something good. Like, tell me something good. And he was not telling me good things, I'll be honest with you. And he was wrong, luckily. Fraud. Anyway, but whenever I felt in any way, shape, or form anxious, I think like the phone bank stuff that we did the last night, it really helped me, and I think it can help you guys as well. Whenever you feel like a race is close, or if you feel nervous about the outcome, you can be that change that you want to see, and it will soothe your anxiety. You will actually feel a lot better, and then when we get over the hump, then you can take credit for it a little bit too.
Amazing. Well, you heard it here, guys. Soothe your anxiety by joining DSA.
We have the newly minted Congresswoman in the building, okay? Daria Litsa Avila Chevalier. How are you feeling?
Honestly, it's just been such a surreal 48 hours.
Does it feel real yet? Like, do you feel like, what have you changed about your life so far? Do you have a different swagger about it when you're walking around? Like,
I'm a little sleep deprived right now. So that has changed. And I mean, although I wasn't really sleeping much for the last few weeks of this campaign, but I don't know, it just feels really great to know that folks really were invested in this campaign and this movement and actually believe in the things that we've been fighting for. And I think back to even a few years ago where it felt like this type of politic just wasn't mainstream. And to know that not only have we won an election, but multiple elections on these issues is just really, really surreal. And, you know, even just like getting out here and down here was just getting stopped a lot. With folks.
Wait, really?
Yeah, folks congratulating me, saying
That's
I voted
sick.
for you. It was really exciting.
Hell yeah. It's going to happen more frequently now too. What do you think is like special privileges of being a congressperson? Like, do you think, will people be like, oh, here's a free donut when you're walking down the street? I mean, I know now you actually have restrictions on what you can be gifted.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, don't give me gifts, please. That's not why I do this. I think for me, it's really.
I learned from Espaillat. That's what you're supposed to do.
You know, I think like one of the things that has been really exciting is that people now, like, it feels like people feel more excited to be in community with one another. And so it's like, even when it's like, oh, one person comes up and is like, oh my God, that's her. And then another person's like, oh, that is her. And then they start talking, right? And I think that sense of community that's being brought through all of this is just really exciting and really like the kind of, that's the thing at the heart of organizing is building community, and it's getting folks to actually talk to one another, engage, and feel like this city is collectively ours, as opposed to one that too often we are told is just an isolating experience.
One of the things that I really love that you said on, I don't think it was on Democracy Now! It might have been, I don't know, one of the interviews that you were doing where they asked you, it was MS Now, and they were asking you about like how you will deal with Democrats in Congress that will disagree with you, right? And you talked about being an organizer and how you deal with people that you disagree with all the time. And I think it would be nice to use that background and to explain to people in my community as well. Some might tell them all the time, like, be normal. You know, you don't have to always be based, okay? And be unlikable. It's good. It pays dividends when you're normal, when you're talking to people. What have you learned about coalition building from your experience as an organizer?
I mean, to your point, I think there should just be normal, be yourself, and like that is where the coalition gets built. It's through the trust building, right? If I sense that you're not being yourself, that inherently puts a barrier between us, right? And so it makes it harder to actually be able to connect and to know that when you say something, you mean it and you're earnest. And, you know, in organizing, you can only move as fast as the speed of trust. And if that trust isn't there, you know, that nothing else can come from it. You can disagree vehemently on a number of things, but if I can trust that you're telling the truth, if I can trust that this is your reality, right, as you're experiencing it, then that's an entry point, right? We can actually have conversations about those things, even if we have different experiences of that same thing. And I think for too often what we have is people who are trying to sound smarter on an issue or sound like, well, you know, there's no way that experience can ever be because my experience is this. When in reality, like all of us have our own version of what an experience is, and to be able to actually just listen to one another and see truth in it, right, can also be the thing that connects us to get to a shared experience where we can move forward.
And I feel like a lot of the issues that the DSA slate has advanced, and especially you and Claire at the congressional level, are issues that are very uniting. These are common economic struggles that every American faces, regardless of their background, regardless of their demographics, regardless of where they live around the country. And therefore, as long as you stay on message, as long as you show people that your goals are to improve everyone's lives and to chart a different path forward and instill confidence in the American public and good governance, one that actually puts their needs over the interests of corporations, I feel like regardless of other disagreements, whatever they might be, those are all going to come secondary.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
And I think, you know, at the heart of it, so much of what politics is about people just wanting to feel that they can have a dignified life and that they have power over that, right? That they can have self-actualization and be able to make decisions for themselves and their loved ones about how to live their lives. And we're stripped of that by these economic systems, by these systems of oppression, and to be able to build coalition with folks to actually self-actualize ourselves despite these systems, I think is so powerful. I actually really appreciated what you said at the end of that call, because, you know, the places that I've felt most empowered is in organizing. It's feeling the anxiety of the world around me that, you know, is inherently disempowering, and then saying, well, what can I control? And maybe it's just making a few phone calls to voters, right? Maybe it's just asking people to come to an organizing meeting. Maybe it's just asking people to like discuss theory with me about how do we move forward in this world.
Yeah, no, it's about regaining a sense of control in areas where you can. It's about building autonomy for yourself. This is something that I stress all the time to my audience about, like the power of labor organizing. Like when you unionize your workplace, like you're taking back ownership over a piece of your productive output. And it builds agency, and it builds confidence, and it builds a sense of community. And that's why I think it's important to get involved in these campaigns, because like we can sit around and be black-pilled all the time and talk about how terrible everything is. And there's plenty of people who...
The Beebs stole my chair. Hold on, let me go to this other screen. It's okay, Beebs. Okay. He stole the seat because he always steals this seat. Yeah, he's so mad. He always loves to steal seats. He's very mad. He's a grumpy, well, and he's not a grumpy boy. He's just, you know, he knows what he wants, and you better not, you know, mess with him. Otherwise, he's gonna be mad. So, yeah, he was literally sleeping right here on the sofa next to the desk. And I guess the minute I walk away, he jumps on and steals the seat. Yeah, see, Bashona in a box. He steals my seat all the time. He's a big seat stealer.
Who do that, and I've done it. I've done my fair share of it as well. But I think it's far more rewarding to actually be able to go out and be the change that you want to see. Go out and actually make that change happen. And I mean, that's why I was very excited about your candidacy in particular, because like we don't usually get a lot of people that we align with, not only just politically, but also like we don't. Like it's a unique experience to be able to vote for something, and it always makes me think like I wonder if these like centrist guys on Twitter, like is Neera Tanden always like feeling ecstatic because she's like, oh, it's great, another centrist is getting elected. Like is that what it is? Another
same.
Yeah, chalk it up. Another brave warrior for incremental gain that's not going to go anywhere. Like is that how they feel all the time? It must be electric to be a centrist. Well, probably not after last night. What is the craziest thing you've heard from people so far? Because there is a real sense of panic amongst some of the worst people in American politics.
I haven't spent too much time focused on that. I've been.
That's crazy. I would be literally last night. You know what I did last night?
You went on a deep dive.
I went on Twitter and started replying to 1,000 follower accounts being like, what's up? We're checking in on this race. They'd be like, Daria Lisa, I hope she doesn't win. I was like, checking in on this. Are you doing all right? How's everything going? I was just making sure that they were all right because it seemed like they were struggling.
Actually, I think Hassan got really drunk last night. That's what I saw on the subreddit. But yeah,
I wanted to lend a helping hand in their trying time. So that's what I did. That's how I'm a chud ass loser.
Thank you for your service.
And that's how I spent my time instead of celebrating. Like literally, they were like, "Oh, let's go to the after party." I was like, "No, I'm busy. I'm busy with very important things that I have to do."
I just I think we get so few wins on the left that it felt really important to me to just
we're putting numbers on the board now.
And I think it's exciting that we're in a point where we can start to get used to that feeling, right? And not used to it in the sense of let's get complacent, but used to it in the sense of great, we just won. What do we do now? And how quickly can we build towards something even more, right? And I'm just really excited. And again, it's a little sleep deprived, so I'm really looking forward to a nap. And
so for the people who might not be aware, I'm sure everyone in this community is aware, but what is this? I've been looking at this all day, okay? And they're talking about DSA candidates set to push a radical left agenda. So what's this radical left agenda that they're talking about in your own words? What is so radical about the things that you are?
DVA said, I worry about people just going back to voting more of the same when they just voted for. I worry about people going back to voting more of the same when they just voted for a progressive candidate. Yeah. Or worse. Would people go for right wing conservative candidates after this? I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. But I think overall it's a big socialism W. It's getting more favorable. Yeah. All because it wasn't perfect. Yeah. Nah, it's good.
Seeking to advance.
I think housing is a human right. And
disgusting. I disavow. Guys, I didn't know that. I stand with the big landlords.
These poor landlords that are losing
their
right to just abuse their tenants.
The small mom and pop landlords that only own 1,000 units. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. They're
forcing people to live in squalor.
Yeah. I was already off on the Zoran train when he was doing the whole, you know who else was doing the landlord shaming? Mao Zedong. Heard of him? Yeah. That's right.
Isn't it within reach? It's right there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. It is by my bedside. It's a book that I haven't been able to finish yet. But once I get to that chapter, once I get to the Cultural Revolution side, it's going to be really scary. That's why I'm holding on to it. You got this radical left agenda you're pushing. Mm-hmm. How does this work? How do you get onboarded? Is someone going to? Is someone going to teach you what to do? Because you're just.
On radical, how to be a radical leftist?
No, I meant how to be how to be a congressperson.
Oh, there you bring in a strong team, right?
Mm-hmm.
You bring folks who one, know what they're doing in terms of the skill sets, right, that are needed for the different positions, but also folks who have done this before, right?
You still have the general too, obviously.
Still have the general, but
we're talking
also
about it
this
like it's a done
district.
deal, but it's a district that's, you know.
Yeah, but no, this district is like Democrat, like so.
Yeah.
You know, I think in this process, what we're really excited to be able to do is build just a really strong coalition, so that by the time that we step into office in January, like that trust is there with the grassroots orgs and the different community members, so that we can actually have people be part of that process of governing.
One of the things that happened, by the way, we're at 12K in donations to DSA since that call started. One of the things that happened that I am personally very annoyed by that
Yeah, maybe not perfect per se. Oh, I can't stop clicking on that. Oh my god, I clicked on it again. Okay, maybe not perfect per se, but people will find a few mistakes here and there and vote fascism back in. Yeah. I think, I don't know, maybe I might be wrong on this, but I think like, you know, well, I guess we kind of seen this trend in Latin America, right? Where you know, there's a big inequality push for fixing that immediately, and then people kind of, well, I mean, maybe here in America too, people get complacent and then just not pay attention because things were working so well for so long, you know, we didn't even have to worry about it, right? Um but yeah, it's, and then that's when the fascism comes back in. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I am worried about the future, but I'm mostly positive, I think.
that you were a victim to was the idea that you are wholly incapable of ever joking. Like you're not capable of humor. You're not capable of hyperbole, and that everything that you've ever said in the past, when you were just a random civilian, was treated as a sincere mandate that you were on board with, including, and they keep repeating it because once they like cover it as it is, they'll say that you were anti-race mixing. That was one of those things. So how did you feel about that? And do you feel like you won not just for radicals, but also for posters?
You know,
That's right. You did. Now own it.
Listen,
own it,
I
own
think
it. You won for posters. This was a huge deal because look, you're 32.
I think we have to have a conversation around what it means for young people to be able to take elected office, right? Because I think a lot of us have a footprint. Right?
Yeah.
And I deleted my account because I just felt like my energy was better spent doing my research, doing organizing. And it was, if I remember correctly, it was also around the time that there was conversations about Elon buying this. So I was like, deuces, I'm out. But I think
no blue sky.
I do not have a blue sky. No. I mean, for the campaign, yes, but no, I never.
You dodged a bullet.
I think that we need to have an honest conversation around what it means to like be a young person who grew up with the internet, right? And what it means to then step into a very public role and the scrutiny that you get through that, right? There seems to be like a lack of understanding that people grow, people change, you become more just nuanced in your thinking, but also like, to your point, like sometimes people just like say engage in hyperbole, right? Or like not.
Oh, I know. I'm no stranger to hyperbole.
And you know, and I think like sarcasm like gets lost for a lot of people in terms of like reading things. And you know, the thing that like hurt me most about the way that all of that was handled was that it was my words, right? And it was causing division and taking away from the conversation that we needed to be having, right? Where in a district where we get overlooked so often, instead of talking about housing, instead of talking about immigration, instead of talking about childhood poverty, we were all of a sudden having conversations around, you know, tweets from when I had no political power, from when I was just like a 20-something-year-old who was frustrated with the world.
Yeah. Speaking of those frustrations, one of the things that Espaillat plastered everywhere that I also was a little worried about, I'm not going to lie, was your core retweeted Kamala Harris telling Guatemalan migrants not to come to the United States of America, where she famously said, "Do not come." I normally have a soundboard. I don't have it here, but that's like one of the things that I play all the time because it's funny. But it wasn't funny at the time when she was saying it. And that was a moment of frustration for you. And as someone who has voted for Democrats, do you feel like you have every right to express your frustration at the Democratic Party? Or should we actually offer unlimited fealty to the Democrats, even if they're actually doing things that they objectively told us they weren't going to do, like Biden, who ran on a first 100 days of immigration strategy that claimed that they were going to actually do amnesty for undocumented immigrants. Very popular policy position. By the way.
I think criticism, we should always be engaging in it where it like is valid, right? Especially when they are saying one thing and then their policy is reflecting something else.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, I think people, as you grow, you become more articulate, more nuanced in how you say things. I think for me, when I apologized in the debate to Vice President Harris, and I think part of that has a lot to do.
She watches, so if you want to, if you got some more words for her, you can say.
Well, I think for me, that was rooted in not only the fact that like we could have engaged in a conversation that would have landed better. I mean, I also thinking of the fact I was a 20-something-year-old. I didn't think she was looking at my Twitter account. Never thought.
You think she's seen it? She's got to.
I don't know. I mean, at this point, maybe.
How do you think she feels that someone who said fuck Kamala Harris defeated the long-term incumbent?
I think as someone who has been like facing a lot of vitriol and a lot of really like harmful language, and I think also the fact that as an organizer, you're always trying to communicate in a way that actually lands for people. I regret that because I would never want someone to feel dehumanized or attacked for not the subject, but as themselves, right? Like, I don't want people to feel that it's them that I'm like attacking.
Yeah.
Right. And
Deviate said, yeah, it's not what you said in the moment, but if weeks, months, years passed and you still believe it without any change. Agree. Big agree.
And I think that's where a lot of that was coming from for me, where the whole point of organizing is to build trust and build community and bring people into that work. And you can't do that if you're constantly in a state of like attacking the person, right? You have to attack the ideas. And I think we always should be very critical, especially when there's like really harmful behavior that's coming from, especially from a party that says it's fighting for us, right? And if that is not actually the case, of course we gotta criticize it.
So, do you feel like there is I was joking about the Post is right thing, obviously, but do you feel like the environment has actually shifted a little bit? It was like these sorts of things would be considered like significant setbacks even like 5 years ago, I feel like. And nowadays, I think people are so hungry for change that even a diverse district such as yourself with, a lot of older voters in it as well, voters that normally would see that sort of thing and immediately go, I'm done with this, are willing to overlook that. Even if they don't fully grasp like what you said, or maybe they didn't even hear that you apologized for it, but ultimately they were just like, I don't really care. I just want someone to be this, like to represent this change, to be a fighter. Do you feel like there's a real opportunity there? Because right now, Melat Quiros is under attack by Diane DeGette. She's more of a faux progressive. I want to say she's like as much of a establishment hardliner as Adriana Espaillat is, but the attacks in Denver is a very woke district, and the attacks have turned very vicious. And they're also running the same play, saying that she's not like Denver, she's not real Denver. She's of course an immigrant, and it's getting a little bit more intense. And one of the things that they're bringing up is like, oh, she's posted things. Like there's this ambiguous idea out there that she is also unserious or has posted things in the past. Do you feel like people are more open-minded towards that sort of thing? And like, what would be your advice to someone like Melat Quiros?
Well, I think Melat is great. I'll start there, and I think she's running an incredible campaign, and I'm just really excited to see her cross the finish line.
Yeah.
But I think the smears and these level of attacks, like most people I've spoken to see them for what they are, a desperate attempt to grab onto or hold on to power that they have and that they know they're about to lose, right? And I think the fact that they are so focused on attacking us, right, for who we are as people and not like the substance of anything. Because Melat and I did not have any political power, right? When I'm actually not even sure what the tweets are that they're referencing in her case.
I don't either. No, it's this like weird ambiguous thing where the Denver Post said her tweets were obscene, and that's it. Like that's what the attack ad says, and they never show it. And then they also do this thing where they don't say that she's DSA affiliated, but instead, because they now know that like DSA is becoming this like very popular organization, so the attack ad actually says she's affiliated with an organization, they don't name it, that wants to abolish all borders and abolish the police, or abolish ICE. Or actually, they don't even mention abolish ICE because that's another very popular position. So, You know, it's just, yeah, they say it's offensive and radical, and they just leave it at that. And I think
I think it speaks to like an unwillingness to actually reflect, right? Because like, how is it that we're having a conversation about accountability to versions of ourselves that had no political power, but not having accountability to the people who did hold political power, whose daily decisions had an impact on millions of people across the country and across the world, right? And I think it's just a deflection of accountability, really. It's a deflection to the responsibility that they have to their constituents. And the fact that we spent so much of this campaign, or my campaign, having to say that, right? To say like, hey, like, yeah, we can talk about my tweets, but like the topic here are the things that people are actually living through, and the things that the violence that they have been subjected to because of the failed policies of the representatives we have had. Why is it that we are not asking Espaillat to do a direct to camera to the working people of this district who have been forced out of it? Why is it that he's not saying, I'm sorry to Noura Mahmoud? Why is it that he's not saying, I'm sorry to, you know, the millions of people who are affected by his vote to arm Israel, by his votes to, you know, fund ICE? Like these are questions of serious harm.
And that in and of itself, there's this very frustrating thing that I see all the time, where we look at the violence of systems or the violence of countries, and we treat it as though that's normal, and yet what you say in opposition to that violence, that's the real drama, that's the real issue at hand. And I'm like, no, the real issue at hand is like children are being slaughtered in the hands of you know, American munitions that we ship over to Israel that you know, the Israeli Air Force is using. That's the real problem, not like your feelings when you're challenged on your unambiguous defense of this system. And it's very frustrating, but I think it's something that we just have to, you know, work through, I guess. All right, well, Daria Lisa, thank you so much.
Deviate said, the West Coast is way too chill about everything. We need to vote in people like her. I know. Why are we so chill about everything? I don't know. I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe enough people haven't been pushed to their limit. I don't know. And I hate to think like that, but, you know, I look at my own personal life. When have the biggest changes happened in my personal life? It's like when I've hit rock bottoms, you know? When I've hit these walls, or, you know, and it's like there's everything I need to do is just done, or there's no other options. I need to think outside the box, right? We need to go east. Yeah, I know, man. I miss living in Chicago. I really miss living in Chicago. Because at least there, the entire city was engaged in the politics. Like I don't know, man. Maybe because it's so kind of ingrained in the culture, right? Um, like in Chicago, you criticize the Sox or the Cubs, and then you also criticize the mayor. Like it's a I mean, I guess same thing in New York. New York City, right? We just had the big Knicks win, and Mamdani, and everything's happening there. It's just more people are in tune with and their politics, and their politics wants to be in tune with them, right? I know for a fact, like I've been, you know, working on my little Pokedex and stuff of politicians, and I was making a list of like when each city's meetings happen, right? One of the cities I cannot figure out how to watch their meetings. It's freaking Loma Linda, which is not surprising, right? Loma Linda was this like historic what is it, 7-day Adventist or whatever. And like their whole community is kind of, I guess, built around their religion, right? They have the big ass hospital there, and all that. And so yeah, like to go watch their city government stuff, like you have to like sign up on an email list, and then I guess like go in person maybe. I don't know. I don't know. But DVA said, just like how everyone back then went west, yeah, we need to migrate back east. But then they're gonna turn, if we leave the area, they're just gonna turn it into a bunch of data centers and a bunch of warehouses. Well, no, it's just probably data centers at this point. we just need to develop more urban centers in these broadly spread out areas, right? Because, like, again, Chicago is, a big urban center. Um, I don't know, and like, this is my hope for the future, right? Like, I interviewed the Joz Joz running for mayor of Fontana. She really, to me, genuinely seems like a Mumdani type, right? DV8 said Rancho Skyscraper. Maybe not skyscraper, but we could have more. Honestly, I guess more stupid townhomes, right? I don't know. We need more like duplexes. Uh Man, we really need more public transportation cuz everyone has a car, A walkable city, I know, like imagine walking from Rancho to Fontana. Like because or it's that easily connected. You could take the bus and go, it would be crazy. But yeah, so I would love for the Inland Empire to become like, and I don't think it'll become a socialist hub, but we can try. I genuinely think we can try. Deviate said, or cycling. Hell yeah. I know. I love e-bikes. I love regular bikes. I think bikes are the way. Bikes are fun. Um, yeah, we really need to do something, and I guess, man, I don't know. I don't know. Something's got to give, right? But walkable cities would be amazing. Maybe not a Rancho skyscraper, but like a Rancho, like what would be like a 20-story building? Is 20 stories too unreasonable? Like, what are other small, like, I'm trying to think, like a small big city in like the Midwest or East, right? Like, I'm thinking of like Pittsburgh is big, but like I don't. Oh yes, Gary, Indiana, but it is a city nonetheless. Like, I'm sure they. Oh, another good city. I think Stamford, Connecticut. That's. Let me look up Stamford because I know that. Stamford. CT. See, look, these are not skyscrapers, but they're still big buildings. And they're not all apartments. Obviously, some of them are office spaces. But can I click on this? Like, there's mixed housing. There's houses here, a little like urban, Rochester, New York. I've never been to Rochester, New York. No, Albany is the capital. But yeah. I always remember Rochester from like what was in Rochester? I just remember hearing it in TV commercials. Oh, I guess yeah, like another like Buffalo, New York, I can say that is like a small city. See, look, it has this traditional. I really think like having a long history really does make it more important, I guess. I don't know how else to say it. But yeah, look, this has got to be like oh, that's kind of a big building. I don't know, 80 stories? Nah. Maybe like 60. So, we need aura. Yeah. Yeah, we need our cities to look like this. Oh, we will never have a nice little waterfall. That's so beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. The Inland Empire needs to the big cities like San Bernardino. San Bernardino has tall buildings. Loma Linda kind of has tall buildings, but not too much. But oh, start a city hag said shiny aura time. All right, let's read this Mumdani or yeah, let's read it. New York primary could forecast future for Democrats. Here's what you need to know. Some of the most divisive issues reverberating through the Democratic Party were on full display in the New York primary Tuesday night. Whether it was the role of big tech in the election, view towards Israel, or the appetite for generational change, voters had their say in a handful of closely watched congressional matchups. Here are some of the biggest takeaways. A big win for Mamdani. Less than 7 months after being sworn in as mayor, Zoran Mamdani took a big political gamble. The Democratic Socialist endorsed in 3 competitive House primary matchups, breaking with Democratic leaders by supporting leftist candidates who were unafraid to criticize Israel and push for ambitious economic policies. All 3 candidates won, including 2 candidates who challenged sitting Democratic lawmakers. A year ago, it was not the end of a political movement, Mamdani said. Tuesday night, it was the beginning. Dara Liza, that's who we just saw. She's only 32, man. She's younger than me. What the? Sorry, no. She's only 32, and she got to meet Hassan already. My life is over. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Damn. I'm sorry. Maybe. Well, okay. Whatever. So Dara Liza, a 32-year-old organizer and Democratic Socialist, delivered the biggest upset of the night. She narrowly defeated 5-term representative and chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Adriano Espaillita. What a stupid name. 71 in the primary for New York's 13th congressional district. His name is literally Adrian with an O. Adriano Espaillita. Yeah. Whatever. Espaillat. Espaillat? Yeah, exactly. He's probably Puerto Rican. Hold on. Let me look him up. Real quick. Oof. Yeah, he looks Puerto Rican. But no, watch he's Cuban or something. Wikipedia. Here we go. Oh, he's Dominican. There you go. Dominican American. Adriano de Jesus Espaillata Rodriguez. What the colonizer? Would be nice to move Pete Angular. Angular. Yeah. Pete Angular. I know. I hate his name too. Whoops. I'm trying. I think I've already sent him multiple messages to come on stream. He's not going to come on my stream. All right. Establishment Democrats also suffered blows elsewhere in the city, including in New York's 10th congressional district, where former city comptroller Brad Lander, a progressive, decisively unseated 2-term Representative Dan Goldman. And in the open race, succeeded retiring Representative Nydia Valquez. Oh man, I don't even know any of these people's names. I'm so sorry. Okay, but anyways, I know Brad Lander. Shout out to him. I think he's a real one. Honestly, I think Brad Lander is a real one. Okay, thank you. Nydia Velasquez in New York's 7th District, State Assembly member Claire Valdez, another Democratic Socialist, defeated Antonio Reynoso, who had the backing of Velasquez and the Working Families Party. There we go, Working Families Party up again. DV8 said, that's not my representative, but I heard a lot of bad things about him. Pete Aguilar is my representative. He is a big, he has taken money from AIPAC. He seems like he's just trying to find some way to be a part of the establishment. But to me, he seems a bit too much like a tryhard, and that's why they don't really take him serious. I don't know. All right. Popular in New York, but is it a national movement? Leaders with the Democratic Socialists of America cheered the results Tuesday, calling the victories of Valdez and Avila Chevalier a clear sign of increasing voter appetite in the movement. These victories prove that the Democratic Socialists are building a winning coalition. NYC DSA co-chair Grace Mauser said in a statement, while the Democratic establishment and MAGA fascists ignore the needs of working people, Democratic Socialists are speaking to the ever-growing base of voters demanding we end the war, abolish ICE, tax the rich, and win universal health care. Hell yeah. There are signs of growing interest outside of New York. Just last week, Democratic primary voters in Washington, D.C. elected Janessi Lewis George, I don't know, a Democratic socialist, to be their next mayor. Wow. I think I did hear about this person. Okay, D.C. mayor, socialist, and Donald Trump was like, if they elect her, we're going to have to take federal control of D.C. again. Do it, bro. Do it. Sorry. Plus, after Mamdani's upset primary win last year, young voters around the country told NPR that they considered him a national leader. Bro, is Mamdani the leader of the Democratic Party right now? Zoran Mamdani is the leader of the Democratic Party right now. That's crazy. That's crazy. And he's not even trying to be that. But it's just like there's no one else to look up to. He's the only non-Republican to look up to. That's crazy. DVA said, I hope so. Hell yeah, brother. You know what? I hope so too. I hope so too. Because at least he has the freaking huevos, man. All right. Since that victory, the DSA has reported on a surge in membership. But even with those high-profile wins, it remains unclear how this blueprint can translate elsewhere in the country, given DSA-backed candidates have yet to pull off a victory outside of a major city, and the embrace of democratic socialism gives Republicans something to campaign against. The National Republican Congressional Committee was quick to release a statement saying the Democratic Party officially belongs to the Socialists. Deviate, can I get a I hope so in the chat? Deviate said it would benefit California as well if he is. Yeah. Bro, it would. I went to Riverside Pride like 3 weeks ago at this point now, I think. And there was two full-size posters of Mayor Mamdani that you could take pictures with. And you should best believe I took pictures with him. But yeah. But even with these high-profile wins, it remains unclear how this blueprint can translate elsewhere in the country. Given DSA, I already read that. Sorry. Every House Democrat is safe and competitive districts alike will now answer to the radicals calling the shots. A National Republican committee chair spokesperson Mike Marinara-Sauce, I'm just going to say it. Mike Marinara-Sauce said in the statement, and America should be terrified by where the Democratic Party is headed. Bro, what about the Republican Party? Is basically you had people sig-heiling, brother. You had people sig-heiling. All right. Israel continues to be a point of controversy. Even as voter attention has shifted to the war in Iran, one of the deciding factors in both of the races saw Mamdani-backed progressive challenges was over support for Israel. That's crazy. Yeah, straight up neo-Nazis. Lander, who is Jewish, has been a more critical voice on the issue, referring to the war in Gaza as a genocide and advocating for an end to U.S. military aid. He sought to draw contrast with Goldman, who is also Jewish, has defended Israel and previously received support from the pro-Israel lobby group AIPAC. It was also a major point of contention in New York's 13th district, where Avila Chevalier lambasted the what was his first name, Adriano, from taking money from AIPAC and its donors. Of course, he took money from AIPAC. The role of AIPAC in elections has become, in some ways, a litmus test for Democrats in competitive primary races in a safe seat. Yes, and it should be. I want everyone to be ashamed of taking money from AIPAC. In April, the Democratic National Committee failed to pass a symbolic resolution limiting the influence of AIPAC and dark money groups, showing how the party struggles on just how to communicate with voters about Israel, and the party becomes increasingly divided. All right, a competitive general election matchup. Given most of New York's districts heavily favor one party, most of the state's congressional delegation is essentially set after primary day. But New York's 17th district has the exception. Labeled a toss-up by Cook Political Report, the seat, which includes some of the Hudson Valley and New York City suburbs, is currently represented by vulnerable Republican Representative Mike Lauer. He'll face off against Kate Lawler. Mike Lawler. He'll face off against Kate Conley, an Army combat veteran who came out on top on Tuesday in a competitive and crowded primary race. Democrats are hungry to flip the seat, and many see it as a must-win if the party wants to regain a majority in the House of Representatives this fall. In a post on Twitter on Tuesday night, Conley urged Democratic voters, especially ones who didn't vote for her, to coalesce. I don't know this word. Hold on. Coalesce. Thank you. To coalesce behind her bid. We are united now by something much bigger than any one campaign. The fight to defeat Mike Lawler, take back the House, check this administration, and deliver for the working families of the Hudson Valley, she said. Tech money is driving expensive races. Tech companies have spent tens of millions of dollars in midterm races this year. That includes in Manhattan, where super PACs linked to big AI tried to sway voters in a packed race to succeed longtime Democrat Representative Jerry Nadler in New York's 12th congressional district. State Assembly member Micah Lasher ultimately carried the seat, defeating a slew of candidates, including Alex Bors, another state assembly member who in recent months became the subject of intense ad spending by AI companies. What? A super PAC with ties to OpenAI spent millions of dollars against Bors, taking issue with his record in the state legislature to regulate AI. However, that push then prompted groups linked with Anthropic as well as crypto billionaire Chris Laren to shell out millions in support of Bors. It's unclear whether that attention brought Bors closer or further from victory, but in a statement after his defeat Tuesday, the state assemblyman cast blame on AI companies for getting involved. Bro, but you were like gonna support them. So, okay. Whatever. Some of the richest people on the planet, a handful of oligarchs determined to prevent any check on their power, the very people funding Donald Trump, decided to make an example out of this race. They spent over $10 million to do it, he said. Though we've come up short tonight, the example set here was not that one of the AI oligarchs was not the one the AI oligarchs intended. They set out to make people afraid to stand up to them. Instead, they learned just how ready people are to push back. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, we are ready to push back against AI. All right, that's great to hear all these Democratic Socialist winning. That's crazy. Crazy. All right, yes. Oh, there's the lady who was with Hassan. There's Brad Lander. That's cool. Here, let's watch Fox News coverage. Socialist sweep.
A Fox News alert. And did you feel that? A socialist earthquake overnight as three Zoran Mamdani-backed challengers win their Democrat primaries and drag their party even further to the left. And while Mamdani becomes the party's new kingmaker, some Democrats are preparing to fight back.
Plus, President Trump making his economic pitch.
I love how Fox News was the first hit. That's crazy. That's crazy. They're being pushed, but whatever. This video has 150,000 views.
In Pennsylvania as gas prices fall, but the president has a new target that he says is making it harder for you to pay at the pump.
And foreign World Cup fans obsessing over ranch. I'm not talking about a one-story home. I'm talking about the dressing. Maybe in luck trying to get it back home. We're going to tell you about the amazing.
Who in the heliante is trying to bring ranch dressing onto their carry-ons? What the? I don't even want to know what kind of reporting Fox News is doing on Kraft Ranch. What the?
Amazing and quick move by one brand to make sure our fellow humans throughout the world can bring what we give to the world, which is ranch, back.
We're bringing back the Bumpits. Either that or she's got the skull from the Indiana Jones Kingdom of the Crystal Skulls. Yeah, what is up with Bumpits? Sarah Palin's going to get popular again. Watch.
To their home countries. It's what you need to know. You're watching Fox and Friends First here on a Wednesday morning. I'm Todd Pyre.
And I'm Carly Shimp-Gibson. We begin with Madeline Rivera with the very latest on the primary results coming in this morning. And Maddie, it was a socialist sweep in New York City.
That's right, Carly and Todd. New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani says the results of Tuesday's primaries were the beginning of a political movement. One of the far-left candidates he backed beat a 5-term incumbent in New York's 13th congressional district. Congressman Adriano Espaillat, the chair of the Hispanic Congressional Caucus, lost his seat to Democratic Socialist Daryalisa Avila Chevalier. In New York's 10th congressional district, Mamdani-backed progressive leader Brad Lander ousted Congressman Dan Goldman, who was the lead prosecutor in Trump's first impeachment trial. And in New York's 7th congressional district, another Democratic Socialist member, Claire Valdez, won the Democratic nomination.
When she said that's right, that was even a lie. I know. I feel so bad for this. I feel like Fox News was like, man, there's this really good show where they have like a faux, like they're making fun of a parody of a reporter, and her name is Trisha Takanawa. We need our own Trisha Takanawa. We need our own Family Guy, Trisha Takanawa, on Fox News. And her name is, what was her name? Madeline?
Goldman, who was the lead prosecutor in Trump's first impeachment trial. And in New York's 7th congressional district, another Democratic Socialist member, Claire Valdez, won the Democratic nomination. Chevalier and Lander have said they want to abolish ICE. They've also been critical of Israel. Valdez, meanwhile, wants a state takeover of utilities and housing and unions for all, and said Free Palestine was on the ballot.
That all sounds so good. Unions for all? Yeah. Oh my God. She's trying to scare us. Unions for all. Ooh. Oh my God. Sean O'Brien's for everyone. Ooh.
Solidarity is the force that we need to vanquish Trump's fascism, to abolish ICE, and to stand up to the billionaires.
Abolish ICE. Free Palestine.
Housing without having to work.
Organize your union. And join DSA.
What we have delivered here today is a clear mandate that the era of taking a check and cashing a check and calling it representation.
Fox News made their own fan cam for the Democratic Socialists that won last night. Fox News, amazing. Thank you for putting in the work, making such a beautiful little fan cam Democratic Socialist Sweep fan cam. I love this.
Is over.
Oh my God, people are snapping.
Outside of the Big Apple, South Carolina's State Attorney General Alan Wilson will become the Republican nominee for governor. President Trump initially endorsed Wilson's opponent, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette, and she did finish first in the primary election. The president then decided to endorse Wilson and Evette in the runoff.
Stupid.
I believe he recognized what we've been doing for the last 10 years to support the things he was trying to accomplish with his administration. But also, I think he saw the fight that in our campaign, the energy in our campaign. And I think he likes a fighter, and I think that's what won him over. I want to thank you, Mr. President.
And in Utah, former Congressman Ben McAdams is on track to return to Congress after winning the Democratic primary in the 1st Congressional District. He beat several progressives in the process, including one backed by Senator Bernie Sanders. Calling it out.
All right, what a night. Madeline Rivera live for us. Maddie, thank you so much. All right, staying on this very topic, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani propelling 3 New York primary candidates into the midterms, giving the progressive wing of the Democrat Party a major boost.
Sure it is, brother.
This is your victory. What you all have shown this evening, whether for state assembly, state senate, or Congress, is that a year ago, it was not the end of a political movement. It was the beginning. And let's hear it for a politics. For a politics that will never forget.
And look at, he just came back with like 20 other Mamdanis.
Working people. For a politics that is ready to write a new chapter in our party's history.
Conservative Partnership Institute Vice President Rachel Bovar joins me now. Rachel, thank you so much for joining us. It happened last night. And all these socialist candidates believe in Medicare for all. They believe in abolishing ICE. They believe that Israel is committing genocide in the Middle East. And one of them, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, once posted on Twitter that she forgot napkins, so she wiped her hands on the American flag. And she and the others are poised to be sitting members of Congress. What is your reaction to this, and why the socialist movement?
She's working on it right now. I know she is.
Movement is growing right now.
Well, there's no getting around it that this was a very good night for the DSA, for the Democrat Socialists of America. And I think what should concern everyone is that this is a growing movement. Remember, the DSA has grown 10% in membership since February. They have been chalking up wins at the local and county level in red states like Arizona, Kansas, Iowa. So these congressional seats are simply the next step in the process of them consolidating power and becoming less of a fringe movement on the left than moving towards becoming what is now the establishment Democratic Party. As you mentioned, people with extreme views are now going to be sitting in the United States.
She's lying. This lady is lying. I mean, well, that's her own opinion. She's conservative, obviously.
Congress. And it's not just, you saw the DSA update its policy playbook just earlier this month. They now want to abolish the Senate. They want to abolish the Supreme Court and the presidency and make it all subject to Congress, in addition to a whole host of other things that they've talked about for years, like borders aren't real and all of these crazy proposals.
So, when have conservatives not wanted to abolish the Supreme Court or whatever? Jeez, that's why they they didn't pack it. That's why they have the most conservative people there. She is a whole lie. She's AI. Yeah, I mean, her name is Rachel Bovard. I don't know what CPI stands for, but probably conservative something. She's the vice president of that. She looks like she's Mormon, honestly.
So I do think this is something that can't be ignored. It can't be laughed away. Mayor Mamdani can rightly, at least after tonight, claim the right as kingmaker of the left. And for establishment Democrats, you break it, you bought it. They had time to push this movement into the fringe. They didn't. The time to say no to it was when they said border.
Thank you for the subscription, Kayla Guerin. Thank you. Hell yeah. Now we should be at like almost 100 subscribers. Oh no, maybe this is not real. Maybe I did this by myself by accident. Taylor Knickerbocker, just subscribe. Thank you for the subscription. Hell yeah. Very nice. Hell yeah. All right, let's continue.
Borders aren't real and America is racist and Israel and the Jewish people are the source of every problem in America. They did not do that. So now Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the Democratic Party in Congress, is going to have to deal with these people who now represent in many ways the face of his party.
Yeah, and a lot of people say what happened last night, it took place in New York City. No surprise there. But You know, these three candidates that win, they give the socialist movement more messaging, more power there. When they get to Congress, they're going to have committee assignments and just become overall more visible. And it sounds like what you're saying is with these three races and the local elections that are taking place that aren't getting as much attention, that there is a real movement here that could impact politics on a national scale.
That's exactly right. I don't think, for a long time, we've shrugged and said, well, it's just New York, it's just these blue states. As I mentioned, we now have Democrat socialists elected officials sitting in red states like Arizona, even in Texas, in Iowa, in Kansas. These are county seats, these are local elections. And what happens after that are these federal elections, are these federal seats. You just saw a Democrat socialist candidate win the
She's Rachel Bovard, Conservative Partnership Institute. Okay, that sounds like it's probably a think tank. DV8 said they are so scared. Yeah, there's Democrat socialists in red states. Oh my God. Yeah, because there's Democratic socialist voters in these red states, brother. They're not just red states. Okay, you've pushed for them to be red for so long, but they're not. People want change.
Democratic primary in Maine's 2nd district, which is a district that Donald Trump won by 10 points. I mean, they are making inroads in, all across the country. So I do think this is something that the Republican Party, the institutional right, needs to grapple with. The left should have done it a long time ago, but now this is who they are. And I think that the establishment Democrats are going to have a hard time controlling them. Hakeem Jeffries has a lot to deal with because these are not members of Congress who are going to be deferential to, the establishment Democrat way of doing things. They're going to get on committees. They're going to do what they want.
DVA said, hey, Rachel, you support a party that wants to take your rights as a woman. Just saying. Yeah, I know. I know, bro. I know. And then, it's going to be like, I feel like every conservative woman is going to have their own little, like, the Republican Party. I didn't leave the Republican Party. The Republican Party left me. It's like, brother, they were never there for you. They were never win. For back then when I don't even back when what's it called? Abraham Lincoln, when the Republican Party was the GOP,
So buckle up, Democrats, because there's a lot coming at you.
Well, Democrat Mamdani said that the Democratic Party needed change, and last night that is certainly what happened. We'll see how that change translates when it comes to all of us in the national conversation. Rachel, thank you so much for joining us.
Be sure to like.
Well, thank you, Fox News, for doing some great socialism coverage. All right. I think that's it about New York City. Who's more powerful in New York City, Hakeem Jeffries or Mamdani? Oh, trust me, newswoman, your life will be better. All right. Mamdani sweet. Oh, I'm not going to watch that. Oh, Lord, Mr. Samuel Cita.
So I'm going to wait for a couple of people to pop in here.
Nope, we're just gonna fast
Forced by Velasquez, who was the congresswoman who retired. And there was a sense this was going to be a very tight race. No.
I'm sorry. I just have to point out, this is Samuel Cedar. You see his little menorah back there? There's a little menorah back there. Sam, yeah, is Hassan's real uncle.
We're talking about the Brooklyn Borough president. He was a solid progressive, but Claire Valdez came in, was more aggressive on all the issues, was DSA endorsed, Mamdani endorsed, and with 93% of the votes in, she's been declared the winner, 56% to 36.
Fast forward a little bit.
Both credit the organizing of the DSA and the strategy of Mamdani.
Yeah.
This was not a slam dunk by any stretch. It was a very risky strategy to compete against a fairly solid progressive in Reynoso in the 7th District. It was a risky strategy going against Esbiat, who is a sitting incumbent. And it also took some work to make sure that Brand Lander was going to be the progressive in New York 10th, and you wouldn't split the vote again. Again, let me just reiterate. 7th District, Claire Valdez wins by 20% with 94% of the vote in. Brad Lander defeats an incumbent in Dan Goldman by over 30%. Darren Chevalier.
This is enough of Mr. Sam Cedars' open shirt I can take. He needs to put that away. Okay, let's get into the last story for the day, and this is, yeah. No, Bashon in a box said, leave him alone. No, I can't. The shirt was too open. The little curly hairs. I'm too gay for that. I'm too gay. I can't. Hair on chest is just no. But I'm so happy, Bashon in a box, that you love Samuel Cedar. He is amazing. But I don't need to see his hairy chest. Okay. So, while I was not streaming for a long time, well, not a long time, for the past week, right? I was busy. I was still hard at work. I was doing research, right? I was contacting people. I was, snooping. I was doing what I can. Bashon in a box said, I don't like his hairy chest either. Okay, well, you know what, Bashon in a box? You know what? You can't do this to me on Pride Month, okay? What I say goes because it's Pride Month. When you have a straight Pride Month, then you can tell me what to do. I'm sorry. I'm teasing. All right. So yeah, one of the biggest things I was Angelina the Dictator. Hell yeah. This is my stream. Yeah, this is my stream. Welcome to my autocracy, where I force people to watch videos that I want to watch. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. It's always fun. I'm so happy to be back streaming again. It was way too long. But yeah, thank you guys. You guys always make my day for sure. So anyways, like I was saying, that I've been doing some. Oh my God, Stardust City Hag said Angetocracy. Thank you. Okay. All right, that's cool. That's cool. I'll accept that. Angetocracy. No, how about this? How about Tuchitocracy? No, damn. Tuchitocracy. Deviate said, I like that. Which one, the Angetocracy or the Tuchitocracy? I guess I don't know. We got to workshop it a little bit. We'll figure something out. But yeah. So I was reaching out I reached out to IE Community News. I reached out to the publisher, or I guess the two owners, right? Y'all know I've already been. Man, that's a big ad. Oh, that's their insight. Okay. So, anyways, a couple of days ago, it was on this article with where was he, Mr. James? Sorry, Joe Baca. Yeah. So, I picked a fight a little bit, and it's not bad or anything, but it's just interesting. How can I go to, let's see, search I IECN. I know the robot fast video on my Instagram. I love it so much. Um okay, yeah. So y'all know I was already not fighting. I'd called out IECN on oh my god, look, they actually covered Randy Corgan, hilarious. Okay, let's see. Where was that one? Here we go. Here we go. So this one, right? This story. Councilman John Echevarria launches Colton mayoral bid with People First Vision by Manny Sandoval. Full story at IECN.com. All right. And then they put the whole story here in the comments. And then at the very bottom, in italicized, paid for by John Echevarria for mayor, right? Okay, so this was 2 weeks ago. I was like, I think I read this on stream, and I was mad that I read the whole thing and then found out that it was an ad, right? So I genuinely thought that Manny Sandoval had like wrote all this and like this was like his actual reporting, and then yeah, I'm like, huh? Huh? Paid for by John Echevarria for mayor? And then so I commented on it like the little punk that I am, right? I said, saw at the bottom of the article that it was paid for by the candidate. It's a hashtag ad, right? I was totally expecting IECN to get back to me, right? Well, obviously, it's their page. And then I forgot, I'm still getting used to how, even on YouTube, you can post something and then like do it with multiple people. So it's like multiple profiles. So I guess I should have saw that and been like, oh, this is clearly a collaboration, right? So before I even wrote this message, I think I messaged John Echevarria and was like, hey, you want to come on my stream? He never responded to my DM, right? And then so I post this comment here and he responds back. He said, hello there. Yes, this article is an ad. Thank you. Praying hands emoji. And then I was like, okay, that's not the response I wanted, like I was hoping that the publisher, the publication would address this, right? Because it literally says by Manny Sandoval. Anyways, whatever. I'm not mad. I get it. They have to make money how they have to make money. But so then I was even more of a little punk and I was like, how much did it cost? How much did the ad cost? Because this was like a whole ass article, bro. This is a whole ass article, And it's just like, damn. Yeah. DV8 said, look at this journalism. Exactly. And so I have, since the beginning of the channel, I've always covered stories from IECN, right? They're great. I love them, but this I do not like. Paid for by John Echevarria for mayor, bro. Because then it's like, are the other candidates that are, or the other person running for mayor of Colton? Colton is like a small ass town. Colton is it's more hospital. It's more hospital. It's more ARMC than it is actually anything. Deviate said, how much did this cost? LOL, just straight up. But hey, I like it. Well, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to beat around the bush. We're in a time right now. Well, I mean, it's always been Instagram, right? On Instagram, you have to make it clear that it's a hashtag ad. That's why we always do the hashtag ad, right? And so it's like, damn, that was a big miss by ICN in my opinion. But I think the bigger thing is the paying for a story by a politician. I mean, he's currently a city councilman, right? He's trying to run for mayor. Um, I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way. Like I don't know. Yeah. Hashtag bread. Exactly. I get it. So, anyways, I reached out to the the other co-owner who's not Manny because I don't even know if she's a writer. I think she's just a publisher. I'm not entirely sure. We're working to get her on the stream, right? So yeah, then John responds back, says, "Please message me directly, or you can call or text me." I'm like, I'm not gonna freaking talk to an AI bot. So I was like, I did DM you. I'd love to have you on my YouTube stream. Quotation, I mean, parentheses. It's free 99. We can talk about your campaign, your experience, and the future of the city of Colton. And then like we continued the conversation in DMs, and he was like, just give me some time to think about it, but I appreciate the offer. I was like, okay, that's great, nothing bad there. I just want to say you'll never see me getting paid to do stories like this. I would never do something like this. I'm an artist, right? I grew up as an artist. You paint the picture, you put your name on it, that is you. That was nobody else. Sure, yeah, of course, you had years of training. Maybe you had someone giving you advice on how to do this painting, but your hand touched that brush to that canvas, and that is your art, right? Maybe I'm kind of dumb and I'm kind of or foolish, naive, right? I just assumed writing was the same type of way. I assumed that artists and writers treated their work the same, right? I guess I'm kind of wrong. I don't know. I guess with a history of news organizations, printing press, all of that, I don't know. I don't know jack about that, right? I really don't know. I don't know about advertising. I don't know about like what is a columnist, right? Someone who writes in the columns. Well, we don't have columns anymore. I don't know, like we don't have columns because we don't have newspapers. We don't have a column of a newspaper because the column was just there for when decide to take up the main story, right? So like it's a whole new world to me, and I get it. But I guess the thing I'm trying to say is we need to bring back journalism. We need to bring back reporting at the local level. And when we rebuild it, I think we should be rebuilding it in a better way. And not trying to criticize IECN at all. It's just my observation and opinion. It seems like they are building an online newspaper that is following the same patterns that news organizations has always done. And I'm not gonna about to criticize people's websites, but this website sucks to me. There's so much ads all over it. Like I don't know, there's just too much. This big moving thing up there, and then you go down like ads right here. You can't even see it. I know it's an ad for the Cheech. Oh my god. How come the Cheech is doing, and I clicked on it, so now it works. The Cheech is advertising that you can get in for $1 admission when you use your EBT card. Doesn't that sound familiar? And they wanted to get rid of that at that other place, but I'm not going to go there right now. But anyways, it's like, what the hell? Off-track betting? Sports Center? This is what we're taking advertisements from. Like, might as well just get sponsored by Kalshi. In my opinion, this is the same thing, But okay. I'm not gonna lose my mind over it. They're doing their best, and they're doing what they can. So anyways, let's continue the story a little bit, right? So yeah, this John Echevarria ad was concerning, and then the next kind of thing to me that was like raised my eyebrows was that was it this one? No, this is by Manny. We need by Christopher Salazar. Where is it? Okay, here we go. So this one, right? We covered Joe Baca a while back, and it's shady. That's all I can say. So I was in IECN's comments yet again, and I tagged Christopher Salazar because he's not like linked on this. I tagged him. I was like, bro, why didn't you ask Baca Senior about the warehouse development? Or does IECN only write good things about Baca? Talking about your last piece on affordable housing plus, and I tagged Joe Baca Jr. too. Oh, sorry, I missed this message. Deviate said, yeah, journalism in general has gone downhill, even in sports. That sucks. That sucks. So yeah, Christopher Salazar actually responded. That's crazy. He's very, very nice about it. You raise a legitimate question about sourcing, and I appreciate the push. I must contest your insinuation that only write good things about Mayor Joe Baca Sr. The piece you're referring to about Baca's recent appointment to the San Bernardino Regional Housing Trust was a straight news brief about Baca's recent appointment. So it's like, okay, there we go. I got another confirmation. Homie just put his name on a news brief. Like, I'm not saying he didn't write anything. I'm sure he wrote something, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. But like, I would, as an artist, I wouldn't just take, like, as an artist, I wouldn't go and sit in a museum and copy a Banksy piece, right? I wouldn't go and sit and copy a Picasso and then try to pass it off as my own, saying, look at this painting I drew. Sure, it's not that bad, right? There is, again, when you're a kid, when you're learning how to draw, that's how you learn. You copy stuff, you do it your own. You do it in your own way, your own eye, whatever. That's just part of being an artist, right? So again, I just don't understand like a straight news brief. So who wrote the news brief? Was it Christopher Salazar? Because then like it's like I have issue with the story. Because like you put Joe Baca in the picture, you tagged Joe Baca in the tags, but throughout the entire article, Joe Baca is not mentioned once. So it's like it's weird, and I don't blame him. If that previous thing about Joe Baca, I don't know if Joe Baca has advertised on IECN, but I've seen other political ads, like on the website, like on the side here. So it's complicated. And I want to try to help push them in the right direction if they'll accept it. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm hopeful that IECN can still keep their integrity. Like I said, I'm going to be doing a little bit more deep dive on them. Let's get into that now, actually. Okay, so I couldn't find like okay, well, first off, red flag to me is your first tab is business ad, your second tab is legals, and then your third tab is newsletter. Your first thing should be how do I read the stories, right? But again, I know newspaper in general is just advertising. That's how you make the money. I get it. I'm doing this for free. I'm doing this for a hobby. I'm not getting paid to do this at all. I don't know if I'll ever get paid to do this. I might be off the air tomorrow and never back on, but at least IECN will be because they have the funding. All right. So let's get into, here's the main editor and owner of IECN. His name is Manny Sandoval. I did a little bit of research into him, but let's just read it. Manny Sandoval is co-owner of Inland Empire Community News and Sandoval Communications, which I looked up. Sandoval Communications is like a public relations consulting firm, I think. With a passion for education, Manny is also an adjunct professor at San Bernardino Valley College in the Film, TV, and Media Department. He holds a master's degree in strategic communication from CBU and a bachelor's degree in mass communication from Cal State San Bernardino. Deviate. Sorry, I have to go. See you later, Deviate. Have a good one. Thank you for the placenta. Manny was recognized as one of the top 30 community leaders under the age of 30 by California State Senator Eloise Gomez-Reyes. And then here is so Denise Berver, I think is how you say her name, is the publisher, and she has an outstanding career. And when I reached out to her, I just wanted to talk to her about her career, honestly, because hell yeah, woman doing stuff, hell yeah. As co-owner and publisher of Inland Empire Community News, Denise Berver is dedicated to sustaining independent local journalism in the IE. Denise holds a bachelor's degree in English from Cal State San Bernardino, no surprise, an associate's degree in liberal arts from San Bernardino Valley College. Beginning her career with ICEN as a part-time receptionist, Denise eventually advanced to managing the legal advertising department prior to becoming an owner. In her 30-plus years in the newspaper industry, she has gained experience in multiple aspects of the business, ranging from editorial to production and accounting and sales. Yeah, see, I'm making a very broad stroke here. Manny is the face, and Denise is making it happen so that way he can put his face in front of the camera. No offense. I'm just calling it like how I see it. You know, if you want to be a media guy, great. You're doing it. You're doing it, and that's awesome. That's impressive. But, don't try to hide something that it's not. She is also the co-host of Inland Insight podcast discussing relevant topics impacting local residents. So let's finally take a look at Inland Insight podcast, because I have not, and I have been meaning to for the longest time. I hope they have a YouTube channel. Oh shit, I got more subscribers than Inland Insight. Hell yeah. Damn, I'm sorry. I'm pathetic. Okay. So yeah, let's see. Videos. Oh my god, I don't. Okay. Podcast?
Welcome to Inland Insight with IECN, hosted by Manny Sandoval and Denise Berver.
Oh, thank God I said her name.
What's up,
right.
Inland Empire? Manny Sandoval here with Inland Empire
Oh my God, their audio is so low.
Community News. This is Inland Insight with IECN.
I'm Denise Berver.
And today we are focused all on the local inland economy as well as the job market. And we have two special guests here, which is Matt Mena from IEGO, as well, who is the senior director, as well as Esme Vasquez, who is the executive director of the Inland Empire Labor Institute. And we appreciate you guys coming in and shedding some light on the economy and the job market in our area.
Awesome. Glad to be here.
Yeah, happy to be here.
So when it comes to, we'll start off with IEGO. What is it exactly that you guys do, and what do you guys, in terms of information, provide the community?
Yeah. So for IEGO, Inland Economic Growth and Opportunity, it actually started in 2017 through a Brookings study. So a lot of the regional leaders back then got together and really realized that we had some really big issues as far as our growth trajectory. As we all know, there's some things that have happened through the years that kind of stalled the growth of IEGO. But when I took on this role, we were kind of targeted to make sure that we were kind of pushing this agenda forward. So one of those big roles that we did to start, one of my first projects was actually partnering with ESME, with California Jobs First. And the Brookings study is almost exactly identical to what we had to accomplish for California Jobs First moving forward, because we were one of the pilots for what the state legislature actually created. And at that time was the Community Economic Resilience Fund, changed over to California Jobs First.
Gotcha.
And so we play a huge role in regional economic development, looking at what types of industries we're competitive in. So for instance, for us, we're targeting tradable sectors because those are sectors that we can actually have a say in how they grow. Because whereas locally serving sectors really grow off of that tradable sector, which is we're creating something here and we're transporting it out, we're trading it. And so we're targeting advanced manufacturing, really the materials, so like metals, plastics, and really figuring out how we can grow that. The reason why that's important is because that's the critical piece to everything else that we're producing in California. So when we're thinking about defense manufacturing, when we're thinking about aerospace, electric vehicles, all of those actually have to feed off of manufacturers that are here in our region. The next is sustainable technology or clean technology. Our region, this technology is going to be implemented here because of our logistics, or the density of logistics facilities. So all of that's we're going to be affected by it, right? But the thought process is we have manufacturers. We also have a level 1 research facility at UCR, and they're specializing in clean technology, right? So really figuring out how we can grow that sector, and through some of the local leaders, we actually do have a growing sector where we have vehicle manufacturing here in the Inland Empire. And then the last is cybersecurity. So right now we're sitting in San Bernardino. Right up the road is one of the top cybersecurity training programs in the country. And so all of those are really what we're kind of targeting to help grow the economy and stimulate jobs. And we'll probably talk about it a little later, but all of that.
I have many thoughts on the cybersecurity professors there because they're from part of the political science department.
That's based off of community support and community input. The second kind of big project that we do is the Centers of Excellence. So for every community college that wants to build out a CTE program, they actually have to go and get research done from the Centers of Excellence. We have to say, this is a great, technical program to start. And so we provide that data to all 12 community colleges in the region. And then the last kind of tier that we do is just the coordinating effort, right? Because there's a lot of really good actors here in the region. And actually ESME's organization does this too. We're kind of a backbone organizer for a lot of the sectors that we're kind of pushing forward to make sure that the activities that all these other organizations are doing is coordinated. And we have seen the lack of coordination in terms of, and it's been detrimental to the region in many ways, but some of those is on federal funding or state funding when we're going after grants. So instead of competing for grants, we're trying to organize ourselves under whichever organization. Like if IEGO doesn't actually take the lead or has their name on a placard on who's important in this, that's fine. But we're happy in the coordination effort of a lot of these things.
Wow. So you guys do a lot, obviously, but one of my favorite things is the report that you guys send out. Is that monthly or quarterly?
Monthly.
Monthly. Gotcha. And where can people sign up for that?
So you can sign up for that on our website, IEGOcollaborative.com. So through the Centers of Excellence, we actually have that data. So labor market information. The federal government produces a labor market report. I'm sure a lot of people, it's been top of mind on the news lately. So federal government, labor market, they produce a labor market report for the entire country. We see it on CNN, we see it on MSNBC, we see it on Fox News. And then the state actually produces their own report. What we do is we take that report and that data and we actually make it edible. We make it more visible for the Inland Empire, so residents here can actually know what's going on as far as the labor market goes. And that's a huge indicator on a lot of things. On the federal side, they actually we target our interest rates based off of the labor market information. So if we saw over the past 4 years, the Fed didn't lower interest rates because we were actually growing jobs, right? So these are all things that affect not just job seekers, but also people who are looking at real estate development. All sorts of things are affected by this information. And so so we produce that monthly, and it's an exciting kind of time to be part of that. With it's not just the run of the mill. We get to see what's happening on the federal side too.
So basically, you take the entire report and break it down to what applies to the Inland Empire specifically.
Exactly.
So you address the unique challenges and the issues specific to this area.
Yeah.
And thanks for breaking that down. Esme, we'll head on over to you with the Inland Empire Labor Institute. So what is it that you guys specifically do for our region?
Yeah, what is your mission and what your goals?
Oh, I don't want to oversimplify it. But essentially,
Well, you can't after Matt didn't oversimplify it.
So the Inland Empire Labor Institute was actually started back in the 90s through the Inland Empire Labor Council, right? The AFL-CIO. So that is our program partner, representing over 90 union affiliates and over 400,000 workers here in the IE. We actually have about our region, Riverside, San Bernardino, kind of the Ontario region, we have about a little over 15% of union represented workers here. And then we have about 1.5 million workers here, like from the state, right? Like if we look at those numbers. So that's a lot of working class people, working families. And so essentially our mission was started back in the 90s. So it was the Riverside and San Bernardino counties Union Services Agency. And it was just that. It was to provide services to our working families and workers, right? Whether it be food drives, whether it be, just job support, technical assistance support, etc. It was then reimagined back in like 2018. Ricardo Cisneros, actually the executive secretary treasurer for the Inland Empire Labor Council, AFL-CIO, he sat down with a lot of our union leaders here in the area, and then the question was asked, like, what are the needs, right? What is it that you all truly want or need? What do your members need, right? What do our families need to thrive, et cetera, right? And so out of that was born and reimagined as the Inland Empire Labor Institute. So we were set up, and our mission is essentially to establish a worker-centered economy where every IE resident has, I want to say, equitable opportunity, not equal opportunity, right? Because we need to pay attention to the inequities that currently exist in the economy and in the job market. And what we did was to say, okay, we want to create this worker-centered economy. We want to make sure that everyone has the tools, the skills, and their basic needs met so that they're able to thrive, right? And that looks like having a family-sustaining, mortgage-sustaining wage, right? That means having health benefits. That means why not have retirement savings, right?
Which is really also just basics too.
Yes. Right. Yes, right. Where we look at those things as like, I think for us, it might come as like, well, duh, like I want that, right?
Right.
But people had to fight for these things. People had to fight for a day off for the weekend. People had to fight for, hey, Christmas is coming around and I want to be with my families, right? People today are still fighting that in our region. Wow. They're also fighting for better working conditions.
Right, so this must be ever-changing because there's always new needs that are popping up in 100%. The region based on the economy and just our location and everything.
And the sectors, right? So Matt touched on the sectors. So out of all of that, we're like, okay, where do we need to be at the table in order to make these things happen for our workers? And that looks like economic and workforce development, right? That looks like being at the table with these folks, these developers, these local leaders, right, that are making these decisions, that are doing community economic development without community at the center, without people at the center. Because at the end of the day, a company, an organization will only be successful if their workers are taken care of, right? Like if you look at it okay, we understand you have a bottom line, but workers also have a bottom line, right? And so it's like if we can kind of marry the two and kind of find a common ground, a healthy common ground, I think we will see a very different, thriving economy. A society here in our region where why not have a park or a school near my house rather than a warehouse, right? Why not bring healthy, advanced manufacturing opportunities, cybersecurity opportunities, bigger companies that pay.
I don't know. No, I mean, yes, but it's complicated. It's complicated.
Well, to this region. Like, why are we limited and put in this box with only certain sectors? Like, I feel like some decisions have been made where folks have put all of their eggs in one basket, right? And now we see that industry or that sector declining, right? We had a meeting with the City of Riverside, the Economic Development Department, and they said a stat that really stood out to me. It was 60% of logistics jobs will be done or automated,
there you go.
By 2035.
Which is not that far away.
And where does that leave people?
Right. And it's one of the still largest sectors in our region. So it's like what we're trying to do, I think, with California Jobs First and what the state set out to do, right, especially after COVID. they started this community economic resilience fund, right? And that was served now California Jobs First to emphasize job creation, to emphasize the need for industry, yes. The need for being open for business, yes. But also the need to center people, to center workers, to center community. To say, look, yes, you guys can do what we need to do. You guys,
our politicians were never centering the community, okay? So they really, like like DV8 said, we need to go back east because it was the wild, wild west out here, and people were just like, well, it is what it is. I'm going to get mine. Clearly, you have the opportunity to get yours, or they just weren't caring about the future of it. I really want to finish watching this, but I wanted to see more about the owners of Inland of IECN. So, but oh yeah, that's right. They had what's his name on there? Oh yeah, the arts crisis. That was like one of the first things. Oh yeah, and then we watched Dr. Corrigan on there. Hilarious. But yeah, man, I guess they don't really do anything. Bro, is this ads? I swear to God.
The most likely thing I'm going to get when I travel is actually that is the highest infectivity rate we have with any disease known to man. Hello, everyone, and thank you for checking us out. This is SAC Health Answers, the video series where we answer your questions about health and wellness to give you the knowledge for you to make the best decisions for your health. I'm Dr. Jason Lohr. I'm the CEO here at SAC Health, but I'm also a practicing family medicine physician. And a question I get...
There's a series. Before you pack your bags, make sure your health is on its itinerary. In our latest episode of SAC Health Answers with Dr. Jason Lohr breaks down the essential vaccines and health tips you need to stay safe abroad. Hint, it's more what is... See, this is where I'm like, what is this, brother? What is this, like, infomercial? Hold on, let's find episode 1. Oh, there's just episode 16, 17, 18. Oh my God. Oh. Okay, so it just seems like infomercial.
Women can have heart attacks. A child that actually had a heart attack under age 65, that's a major risk factor. And so you need to be, for sure, looking out for potential signs and symptoms that you may have.
Okay. I gotta stop criticizing them. They're not gonna come on my stream. Okay, so yeah. All right, let's look into Manny Sandoval. All right, let's look through his Instagram.
One of 20,000 plus people following us, Inland Empire Community News, on Instagram. So thank you for supporting local independent journalism. I want to remind you, on Monday night, San Bernardino held a special meeting where a record number of you showed up to speak during public comment. And I want to remind you to remain engaged. There's a council meeting tonight at 5 p.m. at Feldheim Central Library. Visit IECN.com for more. Hey, Inland Empire, you are...
Okay. Sorry. I know. I do the Valley Girl okay when I don't know what to do.
Hey, Inland Empire, IECN here, and we are in San Bernardino at the National Orange Show Sports Center, and I have $25 cash on me. Let's see what that can get us. Let's come on in. Here's Denise and I making our way inside, where we paid our $5 admission fee before making a beeline over to the betting window, where we placed an $8 bet on Belmont at the Big A. And of course, we moseyed our way over to the bar, where we enjoyed a $5 Coors Light and a Modelo. But they also have top shelf liquor for $8, so you can enjoy the mixed drinks. Then we tried.
This is why we need regulations. I'm sorry. Are you not allowed to show? Well, you could show drinks being poured in advertisements on TV, but you cannot show people drinking in advertisements on TV. All right, let's continue.
A long shot sampler platter prepared by 5-star gourmet Chef Bernardino. It's only $30 and
no, get the. We're gonna ignore that.
Includes 6 wings, jalapeno poppers, onion rings, taquitos, which were my favorite, and cheese fries. This thing is enough for about 6 people. Kitchen is open Friday, Saturday, Sunday at noon. And we will definitely be back for the big Belmont Stakes race on June 6th. Hope to see you here. Hey, Inland Empire, IECN here, and we are in San Bernardino at the National Orange.
Hold on. The whole thing was we're going to do a challenge to only spend $25. And then they say that, okay, we didn't actually buy the sampler platter. No. I'm sorry. I just don't understand these ads. I don't understand. Okay, look at this person said Chef Bernardino makes great desserts. Okay. I just want to find out who Manny is as a person, you know? Funny thing about turning a year older is that each year starts feeling more like celebration of surviving another. Okay, homie, you're under 30, right? But he's a professor? That's crazy. No, that's how they do their show. Oh man, they have like full on. Oh, they were at the Rotary Club of Colton. Rotary Club. It's an old person thing. it's the old person club thing. It's just for them to get together and help out other things. All right. Oh, we got the cringe mirror selfies. Oh no. And then Denise commented that part. Oof, cringe. That's okay. All right. Oh, he's Christian.
For 91.9.
There you go. Wishing our readers and inland communities a happy Easter with loved ones. May this day bring you peace, renewal, and love for those around you. Okay. Yeah. Like I want to. Oh, look, here's Anthony Victoria.
Why is the Inland Empire such a hot spot for warehouses in the logistics industry?
Yeah, so I think if you wanted to sum it up in a nutshell, it's all about position. And
Okay. Oh, look, there he is. With Joe Biden Jr. Is the copyright song? Okay. So yeah, he got an award from Joe Baca Jr. At IE Community News, Manny covers the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Colton, where he publishes in both print and online at Sandoval Communications. Okay. Hold on. Oh, look here. He has a profile on KVCR. Manny Sandoval is an accomplished media professional and IE native. Okay, but I think it's probably the same thing. Oh no, it's not. Worked at CBS Radio, now Audacity in Los Angeles. There, he was responsible for managing audio boards and coordinating on-air promotions as a board operator at 97.1 AMP Radio, where he had the privilege of calling his media idol, Carson Daly, a coworker. Isn't like Carson Daly an old person? Oh. I'm sorry. I'm totally ruining. I don't know anything about news reporting, radio, nothing. I don't know nothing about it. All I know is politics. Oof. He also worked as a PR specialist for the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians tribal government. In 2019, Manny was recognized as one of the top 30 community leaders under the age of 30 by California State Assembly Majority Leader, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh. What is IE Media Group?
Welcome to Inland Empire Alive, bringing you issues, events, and perspectives from throughout San Bernardino.
There he is.
Whether it was television or the movies, a lot.
Well, joining me now to talk about the history and the future of Inland Empire Community News are Manny Sandoval and Gloria Macias Harrison. Thank you both so much for being on the program today.
Of course.
So let's go all the way back to the beginning. Gloria, tell me how the organization got started way back in the 1960s. What was the need that wasn't being met in the community at the time?
The original El Chicano was publication was created as a result of a lot of meetings between community leaders from Riverside and San Bernardino, and they were convened by the University of California at Riverside. And after discussing all of the issues of that time, and we're talking about mid-60s, and so it was a time that was a lot of turmoil in our society.
I believe
discrimination. There was a lack of integration of our schools. There's a lot of social justice issues, police brutality, lack of opportunity in education. Those were the issues. But when out of those discussions came the realization that was really that Latinos, and at that time our generation was saying Mexican Americans, right? And so they were saying we had a bad image, and especially in the media. And so the newspaper stories that were coming out were primarily of crimes.
Yeah, right.
That seemed to be the sensationalism. And on media, whether it was television or the movies, we were either Latin lovers, or we were lazy, or we were gangs. So what we were talking about was there was so much good going on in our communities that people didn't know about. And so we decided to have our own publication. And so it was, and we had a discussion as to what we should call it. And so it was an interesting discussion because those people who were of the previous generation who were part of the discussion were saying Mexican American. Those of us who were in high school and college, we said Chicano. And we said that was appropriate because we weren't Mexicans and we weren't quite Americans. And so this new name, and so the community, the older community did not particularly like it, but they supported us. They supported us. And so we put out issues. The original editors, one of them was my sister, Martha Macias Brown, and the other one was a young man by the name of Tony Campos, who eventually became a councilman in San Bernardino.
Oh, hold on. There we go. There we go. Tony Campos, second. Freaking paywalls every time. Second Latino elected to the city's governing body died in 2021. Okay. So he was.
And her job editors, one of them was my sister, Martha Macias Brown.
Martha Macias Brown. Oh, Martha, not Martha. Apologies. Martha Macias Brown, a member of the San Bernardino Valley College Alumni Hall of Fame, worked through her life to serve the Inland Empire as an educator, journalist, and activist. After growing up on the west side of San Bernardino, she graduated from San Bernardino Valley College, then Cal State San Bernardino, where she was a founding member of the first Mexican American Students Chapter. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. As a graduate student at UC Riverside, Macias Brown's taught history at San Bernardino Valley College and Chaffey College. In 1968, she helped establish El Chicano newspaper, one of the Inland Empire's first Spanish publications. She was the founding editor of the newspaper and went on to also serve as San Bernardino County Community Education Specialist and a student affirmative action officer at UCR. Macias Brown was an active member of the political scene, coordinating the local presidential campaign at RFK and collaborating with United Farm Workers to bring Cesar Chavez to the arena. She worked with and later married Representative George E. Brown and helped facilitate the preservation of her husband's congressional papers through the Brown Legacy Project at UCR. Following her death in 2021, established a scholarship at San Bernardino Valley College. Amazing. That's cool. That's super cool. Okay.
And the other one was a young man by the name of Tony Campos, who eventually became a councilman in San Bernardino. And her job was to corral all of the activists to actually write, because activists want to be active, right? And so even though they're talented people, it was difficult to corral them to write the stories. We lost our funding from the University of California primarily because we printed a political cartoon. The issues of the day were the war in Vietnam, the farm workers, again, police issues, lack of sensitivity, lack of educational opportunities. I mean, the list just went on. And so one of our supervisors decided that he would have some influence on how the farm workers were organizing. And so he authorized the use of county prisoners to go out and harvest the vineyards in Cucamonga. And Cucamonga was never the
No way.
Rancho Cucamonga. It was Cucamonga, you know. And so we took exception to that.
We had prisoners in Cucamonga picking the grapes off of the vine when the farm workers were boycotting that. That's crazy. That's why we have West End Detention Center here in Cucamonga. Yeah, that is slavery rebranded. Okay, after this video, I'm gonna stop.
Put out a political cartoon that was, we thought it was a pretty good cartoon, you know, but it showed the supervisor hanging a farm worker from a tree. And so, which was also reminiscent of getting rid of opposition from the history of our black brothers and sisters, right?
Yeah.
So our funding got cut off. I wonder why. And so my dad, who had been an original pioneer of Spanish language radio, said, "Mijita, go out and sell advertising." And so that was an entirely different perspective than what we started with. And so we did. We learned a lot. And over the past, we've been successful. We've had some hard times, but we've learned the business very well. And advertising, is one of the issues that all publications, especially print, has as an issue.
Live or die off of that.
Yes.
Well, so Manny, I want to ask, talk to me about this legacy that you're inheriting.
Yeah,
which is sort of the weight on your shoulders now. I mean, tell me about what it means to you to have such a rich history that you now have the responsibility to carry forward.
Yeah, it's interesting because last year around October, Gloria and I had multiple conversations, and she mentioned to me, well, you can actually just do this on your own. You can just formulate a news publication, create a new one. And I quickly just had the thought and said it doesn't hold the meaning. I could start one, but it wouldn't have as great of an impact when it comes to the background and the meaning behind it and why it got started. And I think I feel very proud to have the opportunity that she feels, that Gloria feels very positive with me and my business partner, Denise, who has also been with the company for 27 years. I started writing for Inland Empire Community News when I was 19 years old. I was a student at San Bernardino Valley College, and I remember I think at that age, you're really just trying to see what you want, figure out what you want to do, try to prove yourself in all areas. And at that time, I was a little more timid, and my mom said, just call them and ask them if you could write an article for them. And so I called and was you could probably tell in my voice that I was, just young and inexperienced. And they ended up running my whole article. And I even remember about 2 weeks ago, just because I've been doing a lot of reflecting and looking back, and I remember a Facebook post from 2010, and I posted something along the lines of, I can't believe my whole article is going to be published in the newspaper. And it's something that I really try to, from my perspective, remember that initial sort of excitement and desire to, spread news in the community. And like Gloria said, alluded to all the positivity. And so I'm excited and looking forward to it, and really hoping to forge more partnerships and strengthen the partnerships and relationships that are already there, but really move a little bit more into a digital aspect of it. Of course, print is still something that is, it's great to, I'm one of those people who loves physical copies, whether that's a book, whether that's a piece of paper or a newspaper, even, having gone to Cal State San Bernardino, and I, at that time too, wrote for the Coyote Chronicle. And I would always get so happy and excited when I would see other students actually picking one up. Didn't see that too often, but it made me excited when I did see that. So I'm excited to carry on the legacy and making Gloria proud in the community. And that's something that I,
They fucking stop printing it. All right. I saw the newsstands and I was like, I wonder when they're going to restock it so I can. 2 motherfucking years I never saw a newspaper at that fucking school.
forward with front and center is that it's the community's publication. It's Inland Empire Community News. It's the community's news. And yeah, looking forward to collaborating with people.
Well, you've anticipated the next thing I was going to ask. Talk to me about the role of local journalism, because we hear so much about the mainstream media and media coming out of the big cities like New York and Washington, and it often feels so disconnected from what people actually care about in their lives. So how important is it to you to tell the stories of things actually happening in our neighborhood?
I think one of the things that over the years, that when I bump into people in community events or whatever, and they'll tell me, my son's photo was in your publication in such and such a year, and it was such a moment of pride for the family.
Yeah.
And the IECN is the parent group for 3 publications, actually. So it's El Chicano, which got us started, and then we picked up the Colton Courier and the Rialto Record. But again, it's what kids are doing in school, what organizations are doing. Yes, we do have editorials and other things about issues, but it's not mud throwing. It's not mud throwing, and it's not the gossip. Organizations are doing. Yes, we do have editorials and other things about issues, but it's not mud throwing. It's not mud throwing. And it's not the gossip. We try to put in a positive light what is going on. And so that's super important. And the other thing, Manny's one example, and then there's other examples of young people that have come and participated, written stories and whatever. We had one of our former, I'll call them interns, interns. And she went to work for CNN.
Wow.
Another one became a weather forecaster. Some others went into media. We have several who worked and wrote publication or wrote articles for us, who are in charge of public relations and governmental relations in different school districts. So I mean, the experience.
They're writers, and you know what?
I'm proud of the fact.
Look at it like this: like there's chefs and bakers, right? There's an art to baking, there's an art to cooking, but there's also very much a science. From what I'm learning, it seems like this is the science of writing. Okay? And anyone can do science, right? Anyone can go sit there, replicate whatever little science experiment, right? Not everyone can create art. I don't know. I'm trying to look at it differently. Well, we're figuring it out together, right? Like Friedrich Nietzsche said, you make your own rules and you play by your own rules because you're that creative.
The fact that we walked the talk. We said we wanted to show a positive and we wanted to create opportunities, and I think we have. And so with Manny doing our news,
I'm one of them.
yeah, he's one of them, right? And so I'm very confident that if you have shared values and you believe that you're helping your community, that those will come through in the publication, and those will come through in the experience that these young people have had. We have met so many wonderful people. We have also met some stinkers. Come on, it's news, and we have seen some people who have developed and gone on to do some wonderful stuff. I'm very hopeful that the publications, IECN, will go into a digital format also, along with the print. The print is still essential. It's still essential.
Well, I guess we want to make sure people know how to see you online, for those that might be watching us, on
So
like
you
YouTube.
can follow us, visit our website, iecn.com. Pretty simple, 4 letters, iecn.com. And then also follow us on Instagram at IECN Weekly, and on Instagram, Inland Empire, on Facebook, Inland Empire Community News.
So talk to me a little bit about your view of the role that journalists play in their community.
Yeah, I was hoping I would have a second to kind of delve on that just really quick. And so you mentioned just the importance of community news, local news, and I can even draw it back. I've done PR for a number of years for big organizations in the Inland Empire, and specifically one company that I was working for made a $25 million donation to Loma Linda University Children's Hospital for their maternity ward. And so working in PR, obviously the goal is to garner media coverage. $25 million isn't just a few bucks, it's a lot of money. And so we contacted some of the big, LA news organizations, and they said, Palm Springs and the desert are who is supposed to be covering you guys. We went to the desert and they say LA should be covering you guys. So we're kind of that interesting in-between area. And I think that speaks volumes into how important community news publications are, like Inland Empire Community News. And, you know, it's great because there is so much happening that people don't realize, just like the San Bernardino International Airport. I think Mike Burrows was talking about, you know, the inaugural flight to Las Vegas. So we covered that, and I was there and got to shake Elvis's hand, and I didn't get to do that in real time back in the day, but it was great to see an impersonator. And but yeah, no, I think there's a lot that's going on that the community does that doesn't get the recognition because you know, we're not necessarily Los Angeles and we're not necessarily Palm Springs or Palm Desert. So I have personally been very passionate about writing since I was 18, 19 years old. And yeah, I experienced the loss of a sibling to cancer. And for me, that was initially an outlet. And then it just ended up becoming a career, and a paying career at that. And I'm very grateful for all of those experiences, and especially that Gloria is giving me and Denise the opportunity to carry this legacy forward.
Well, Gloria, Manny, I want to wish you all the best. It is a remarkable legacy. Thank you so much for being on the program, and thank you so much for shining.
Crazy. All right. We're going to leave it here today, chat. I appreciate you. All right. I appreciate you being here today, joining me back, streaming again when we haven't done it in forever. Oh my God. But big shout out to everyone who helped me out, everyone who I reached out to. So many people had great ideas. You know, so many people were willing to go above and beyond to help me get a monitor. And I have to give a big shout out to all the homies that helped out. I really appreciate you all. It means a lot. So yeah, I'll leave it here for today. We'll see if we'll be back tomorrow or not. You know, got crazy summer going on, but you know, definitely subscribe to the Substack. I'm going to be doing more writing there. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you are not. Hit that subscribe button. We are almost at 100 subscribers. I'm almost ready to update the entire little bar to get more subscribers, right? So, yeah, have a good rest of your day. Throw the sentence in the chat, I guess. And we're gonna have a good one. So, okay. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Peace out. My name is Angelina Tucci. It's been a pleasure.
Time,